98 cents.
One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
And on entertainment, they say the Washington National Opera don't drop Placido Domingo, named from their Young Artist program, because of one report when we said that they see one Ogbonge tenor and before WNO artistic oga to touch body of plenty women. The Opera Board vote on Monday to change the name of the Domingo Catfreeze Young Artist program to the Catfreeze Young Artist of Washington National Opera, as they honor the long-standing support of the Maurice and Gwendolyn Catfreeze Foundation. The change come 1 week after the American Guild of Musical Artists, AGMA, when we say with the union, when we say they stand for the singers and dancers, show one investigate when it shows say the Domingo, they do touch body for plenty years, both in and outside the workplace. Investigators consider say plenty witness say fear to pay back and make them quiet. Ogbonge, the next one, now for sport. Mali Shukmar Falava. Formula 1 Oga Ross Brown, he say if they stop any team to enter any country, they're not going to fit race. He say not be World Championship race anyway, but because that one fit not they good. Vietnam don't put 114-day quarantine period for visitors from Italy, while Bahrain they don't employ special measure to see say in race go ahead. All right, now for a go back break on top this very o'clock for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. For better and plenty information, follow us at Plus TV Africa for Facebook, for Twitter, and for Instagram. And it will make better sense when I subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will see the summer and plenty other to read them as time they go. My name, I promise, Nero. And I thank you so much for joining us on Weather.
Hi guys, my name is Baj Adibule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker, and these are my answers to these questions. I have danced naked at a balcony before. Don't ask me what happened before then or after then, but yeah, that happened. Off the top of my head, it would be Smooth by Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas. Love that song. The most recent lie. What's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done? That's the most recent lie I've told. The part is the fact that you get to live multiple lives in one lifetime. That's the coolest part. Kiss, date, marry. Kiss, date, marry. I'll kiss Ini. Love you, babe. Date Toke because I'm sure she's going to be fun. And I'll marry Bisola. We get along so well. I love her. Definitely marry Bisola. She's good to, probably good to eat me up for that now. You know, being a Nigerian boy my age, I am a tanga just jumps out straight up, no matter how old you are. I've seen some scarier stuff now that I'm older, like I saw Hereditary like some months ago, and that was crazy. But I am a tanga just jumps out, you know, so yeah, I am a tanga. I think the privacy has to be the worst part. Unless you're specifying like an actor in Nigeria, then there's another worst part. But if you're talking generally, I'll say losing your privacy. I'm a very private kind of person. So the fact that sometimes I can't just dash out wearing anything I want isn't the coolest thing. What words? Brokos. Yeah, I just don't see how I can throw that in any sentence, man. I don't even know how I said it in the movie. Brokos, definitely. Should I just see this picture, just describe it? I'll describe it. I'll thank God, I'll thank my mom. I'll thank... Well, I should be married by then, right? Abby? Hey, let me don't put a time limit on it. I'll thank my girlfriend/wife, depending on which time it happens. I'll thank my family, my friends, thank my fans, I'll thank the academy, and it's a good platform. So there's this belief I have that we really don't need all these other things that we think are real in terms of those social, legal, and religious laws. What we really just need is understanding, kindness, and love. I'll try and spread that message. If you're talking about Nigeria, I still want to work with Pete Edochie. Come on, I grew up watching the guy. Just one time. Just so I can say, yeah, I'm done now. I mean, Nigeria. But if you're talking about worldwide, the list is unending. But for Nigeria, Pete Edochie. So that's it on Plus TV Africa. I'm Baj Adibule. Hope you had fun.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. This episode focuses on the female on the continent. We start with the woman riding the wind, the female pilot in Zimbabwe.
When I'm up there, I just feel great, you know. It's not one of the jobs that a lot of people know about, especially here in Zimbabwe. And there are very few female pilots. So when I'm up there, I feel like a real professional, like I've really achieved something in my life.
Natsai Chiremba is on a routine mission. The bush pilot is flying visitors to a safari camp deep inside the Kalahari Desert. There is no paved road in this part of the country. She's accompanied by her colleague, Viola Jubani, who works as a safety inspector for the airline. After work, the two women plan to visit Viola's family. The 27-year-old pilot is very determined and ambitious.
When people hear that I'm a pilot, some of them, they don't believe it. But yeah, each and every one of us is capable of doing this, regardless of where we come from, our background.
Whenever she finds the time, Natsai visits communities around the national park. Both women come from villages where people earn their livelihood from rearing cattle. As the youngest of 6 children, Natsai was motivated by her brother, who was also a pilot. With stories about planes and travelling around, she wants to inspire other young people to follow their dreams.
I grew up in a village on the eastern side of Zimbabwe. There are no tarred roads, there is no electricity. I started my flying lessons, and my first flight was my first time to fly in my whole life.
Her background is similar to mine. I think the things that he taught me are going to change my life. And one day I wish to be a pilot.
Natsai shows young women that they don't have to follow traditional role models and that they can start professional careers.
What I can say is, long before I never thought that I can find a female pilot. After seeing Natsai, I feel the courage. She really inspires me.
We are all equal, men and women. I know this kind of career is male-dominated, but women can also excel.
Natsai has been flying solo for 2 years. She's certainly earned the respect of her colleagues. The thunderstorms and turbulence above the grassland plains can be a dangerous hazard. But Captain Chiremba knows her way around.
From the female pilot, we'll be focusing on the female sea captain, Viviane of Congo.
Every morning at 7 o'clock sharp, students muster at the shipping college in Kinshasa. Viviane Paled has been here for 2.5 years, studying to be a ship's captain. She's one of 4 women in her class. It's important for women to work in navigation. I like to say that if a woman can rule a country, she can also steer a ship. Viviane Paled is keen to take on responsibility. Female captains are a rare sight on the Congo River. Training requires full concentration. Practicing with ship models is important as the Congo River has plenty of potential traps, tree trunks, sandbanks. There's often not much room to navigate. Students also learn English for communication on board, as well as being taught about materials and ropes. Everything I do here is really important. Young people often don't like math. That goes for me too. But here I've come to realize how important it is, trigonometry and all that. If you want to dock a ship, then there's something you need, and that's trigonometry, of course. So everything here is important for navigation. Viviane uses her free time to visit her mother, Marceline, who looks after Viviane's son, Shilo. the family lives on the shipping school campus. Almost 3 years ago, Vivian left her home in the Central African Republic and came to Kinshasa. It was a dangerous journey, with a civil war raging in her home country. For my family, my training is very important because I come from a poor family. I was the one who decided to study until I qualify. It's important because my family will also benefit. For now, Vivian's family supports her financially. After the theory lessons, it's time for the students to go on the water. Vivian and her colleagues have to get a feel for the river's currents. The Congo River is navigable for almost 3,700 kilometers, making it the world's 5th longest waterway. As soon as I've finished my studies here, I'd like to go back home and convince young women there to become ship's captains like me. Hidden rocks, sharp curves, and river pirates. The Congo holds many dangers. But Vivian Paulette is not afraid. In 4 years, she plans to complete her training and become the first female ship's captain in the Central African Republic.
And now we head to Kenya, the female soccer player empowering children through football.
Mathare is one of the slums in the north of Kenya's capital, Nairobi. It's home to around 500,000 people. For some residents, soccer is a favorite recreational activity. Doreen Abwiri Amonde comes from the area. The 27-year-old is a professional soccer player who organizes tournaments for women and children, and she's turned it into more than just a game.
A lot of kids die from from chronic diseases in this area, and hygiene is a very big issue. And we thought we could use football to kind of teach the young kids, to just remind them of the importance of washing, hand washing, and then the importance of proper disposal of waste.
They shoot, they score, and then they get to learn a lesson. For example, regular hand washing, but due to a lack of water, the children have to practice dry. Inadequate garbage collection and poor sewage systems also pose a major challenge in Mathare. You have to watch where you step. These children are learning all that through soccer.
This drill here is meant to show proper disposal of waste. So everything you see within this small box is waste. And we have 2 teams, and each team is going to get one player who is going to be blindfolded, and the other teammates who are outside are going to direct him or her where to pass, where to step, and so that they don't step on waste.
The message is clear: don't litter the streets. Blindfolding the players further strengthens the bond within the team. Doreen is a high-class mentor for these children. Her stellar career included stints playing for the German Bundesliga and the Kenyan national team, where she is now assistant coach.
I joined a girls' team within the neighborhood at the age of 10. This team belonged to an organization called MISA. So it is through this organization that they try to identify young talents like myself and then give them an opportunity. So at the age of 15, that's when I joined the national team.
Now Doreen set up a mentoring organization called Girls Unlimited. She's joined by people like Wendy Acheng.
Actually, I had the passion while I was growing up, and I've been through a lot since I'm a player and I'm playing at the top level. So I had the interest to give back to the community and to empower the girls.
Doreen intends to open up 8 regional academies in the next 4 years. For now, she's taking a break, though. She's expecting her baby in a few weeks. But soon after that, she hopes to be back, taking up the reins again at the Girls Unlimited Academy.
Next up, we have Catherine the boxer, the first woman to win the WBC title in Zambia.
She's fast, has solid rights, and is a superstar in her country. The boxer Catherine Phiri is the first Zambian woman to win the WBC bantamweight world title. But for many Zambian women, Phiri is much more. She's prevailed in a male-dominated society.
A lot of women now, they're looking up to me to say, no, if she can do this, even us, we can do something to upgrade our lives. So it is very important, even to other women, to take up anything you can do just to upgrade your life, not to depend on anyone to say, no, this one is going to do this for me. We can do it as women.
Catherine Phiri comes from a poor part of Zambia's capital city, Lusaka. Lack of prospects, crime and drugs are part of everyday life here. She wants to change that, so long as she has the power to do so. Whenever her training schedule allows, she talks to the children on the streets of her hometown. Girls are especially interested in Phiri's experience as a female boxer. Phiri tells them they need to concentrate on their education and be tough. Getting an education is one way out of poverty in Zambia. Phiri attends college herself, and after a day spent studying, she usually heads to the gym to train. Children here need role models. Many children do not even get into primary school or drop out after a short time. But Catherine Phiri wants to achieve more. She regularly visits those who have nothing, not even parents. Encouraging them is especially difficult, and for that reason she comes here. That makes a deep impression on the orphans.
Once the opportunity goes, you can't take the opportunity back. But for her, she's explained and said we should take sports and education seriously. So for me, I think that's an encouragement, and she is my role model.
I'm also appealing to other people who can support them financially, especially in education. Maybe there are some people who can give them scholarships. Maybe they can go study. They can pursue their dreams and their career.
Catherine Peary knows how important she is for her fellow Zambians. Okay. And now that she's the WBC World Bantamweight champion, Peary's stature has grown even more among the street children of Lusaka.
Different aspects of the struggle against racialism and colonialism in Africa.
And we wrap up with Zainab, bent on preserving the Pearl culture, which is centered on women, cows, and religion.
Objects fit for a museum. Zainab Kumanchu Diallo travels through the region to talk Pearl farmers into handing over typical everyday objects. She has kept a family heirloom which would fit nicely in our museum. A milk bowl made of fig wood. That's called birdugal in Pearl. Women use it when milking cows. Madame Kumanchu's mission is to preserve traditional culture and pass it down to the younger generation. 10 years ago, she returned to her birthplace where she built a museum. The Pearl culture in the Futa Jalon region stands on 3 pillars: women, cows, and religion. That shows that the Futa Jalon culture has often reserved a good place for women. But the world they live in is dominated by men. The museum has a book discussion club that encourages girls to interpret traditional stories in their own way to build their self-confidence. I feel free when I declaim poetry. I really love our culture. And part of this culture is Islam. Zainab Kumanchu made the Hajj to Mecca in 2011. And she opened a Quran school in her hometown of Labe. But what the girls learn here is not only religion. Worldly rights are also taught to them. The museum is a kind of youth club. Young people can join debates and argue against established rituals in their society. 2 of my friends married much too young. One was 13, the other 15. It made me so sad, but there was nothing I could do. Young girls here aren't allowed to have their say. We must listen to our elders. It's good to listen, but sometimes you also have to say no. Like these women, they want to become carpenters and be self-sufficient. These girls are given good training. Their grandmothers refused to take up professions for men, but they work just like the men and get their diplomas. Madame Comanche supports the women in all their roles, and in her house, girls and women are still solely in charge of the cooking.
The future is indeed female. Ladies, well done. That's all on Africa on the Move this week. See you soon.
None. The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again. Really? I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Is very important because most people don't know what people go through. You know, celebrities will always try to put up this strong front. People see us like, oh, I look up to them. They don't cry, they don't suffer, they don't go through depression, they don't have any problems. So for me, as a person, I always like to share my experience with people.
I just share one. That's very easy. See, guys, a lot of people see me now slaying and doing a lot of things. They're like, Brian, because see, you be fine boy now. You know, it's been true now. You get, because some people get out of school and they're like, I've not made it, man. It's been like 6 months, man. Nothing happened. Bye-bye. 2 years. But here we are. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody has their own timeline. Everybody has their own story. So don't use that to say, don't be looking at somebody else's success and say, because it happened to Rami once, happened to me in 1 week. Baba, no.
Nobody knows. I went through the hardship of life and I went through my ups and downs. And I just had only one person who was actually there for me, which was my mom anyways. So I had a rocky university days. I think people don't know that. I actually went to 3 universities and ended up finishing in one shop.
I drove into a filling station and I was meant to get fuel, 4,000. Do you understand? And probably the guy that was selling, he used to be my fan when I was working, you know, in the radio as a presenter. I'm like, oh, Baba, now you Casey Brown, Baba, Baba. He got confused. He gave me full tank instead of 4,000. Do you understand? So, and then I don't have up to that amount to fix it up because in real, I don't get up. All I have with me is 4,000 naira for the fuel and 8,000 naira to buy a fuel cleanser to put in my car. And the guy, so I bought the fuel. I told him, okay, fine. I'll bring you 8,600 because he was begging me, God will sack me, it's not my fault, not my fault. I said, okay, fine, I'll bring you 8,600. Bro, I got so busy. I forgot about even giving the guy 8,600. The guy went straight to my Facebook and was like, stop living a fake life. You came to our filling station, you came to buy fuel for credit, they don't want to pay, come and pay me my money, blah, 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 stop faking a fake, stop. I was like, this same dude that was begging me, my boss will sack me, it's my fault. And I was like, I will pay. I entered my car. As soon as I saw that thing, I zoomed straight to the station. They said the guy has been fired. The manager there was begging me. They called the guy in Ikorodu. He went straight and dropped that post himself. I didn't do it. And the manager said, for this, because I told the guy, I said, one article online about this filling station will cost you guys a bad reputation. They said they will not pay him his balance, a salary that they're supposed to give to him. But I end up pleading for him. Do you understand? So that is what we get every now and then.
I've worked over 12 jobs in my life. Wow. Yeah, I cleaned the lavatory on the plane.
Have you said that anywhere?
I think on Big Brother I did.
Okay.
And I said, stop telling them all those things. I'm like, it's part of my journey. You know, it just reminds me of where I came from. You know, I wasn't born with a silver spoon, but of course my parents were comfortable growing up. But I had to work hard, you know. I had to work hard. So being where I am today, I always think about what I did back in the day, how far I've come, and this is only the beginning. I know that the sky is just the starting point. It's definitely not the limit. So yeah.
There was a time in my life I had just moved out of home. I wanted to be a man on my own terms. So I moved out of home, left the family business, and I went to put on a good hustle. I moved in with a friend of mine who lived in Shomolu. I was so broke because I had nothing. I took nothing from home. That I had to walk from Shomolu to Surulere every day for a year and a half. I had no money. I could barely afford one meal a day. My job at that point, even after graduating from university, was distributing flyers on the streets of Lagos. What that taught me about myself was that I had a never say die attitude, and I have the strength and resilience to face any circumstance. I came out of that stronger. Like sometimes I look back now and I realize if I could have survived that time, then really there are only a few challenges that will come to me or come my way that I wouldn't be able to survive. And with that kind of confidence, I think everybody, you know, when you figure out what it is about you that is special, with that confidence, you can surmount almost every issue that comes your way.
Hello and many thanks for joining us on News of the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are some of the stories making the headlines. My name is Felicity Ezewike. The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $7 million, an equivalent of 2.5 billion naira, for information leading to the arrest of Boko Haram leader Abubakar Shekau. The Rewards for Justice program, which is the counterterrorism rewards program of the United States Department Diplomatic Security Service, said in a tweet on its official Twitter handle on Tuesday. The United States Department of State offers a reward of up to $7 million for information leading to the arrest of the terrorist Abubakar Shekau, leader of Boko Haram. Shekau has been the leader of Boko Haram since the extrajudicial killing of its former leader, Mohammed Yusuf, in 2009, the tweet read in part. The Center for Africa Liberation and Socio-Economic Rights, CALSA, has accused several parties in the Northeast of benefiting from the war against terrorism. The executive director of the center, Princess Ajibola, spoke to newsmen in Abuja, saying available evidence suggests that several notable personalities in the Northeast are hell-bent on sabotaging the war against terror. Ajibola, while commending the military for the effort against the terrorists, urged them not to relent and remain committed as they rid the nation of terrorist elements.
We wish to state that on numerous occasions, where researchers from CALSA were on the field conducting periodic reviews of the war against terrorism, it has encountered on numerous occasions top brass of the Nigerian army with the troops in the trenches, and worthy of mention is the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai. This is quite commendable and an indication that indeed the leadership of the Nigerian army has matched words with actions in the fight against terrorism in Nigeria. It must be noted that it is indeed a statement of the fact that all hands must be on deck in pursuit of the defeat of the remnants of Boko Haram ISWA in Nigeria and especially in Northeast region. The Nigerian military must not also tolerate any act of sabotage from any quarters in the fight against terrorism in Nigeria, as multiple evidences suggests that some vested interest in Northeast Nigeria that have been benefiting from the Boko Haram ISWAP terrorist groups and their activities are hell-bent on seeing to the continuation of hostilities so they can continue to smile to the bank at the detriment of the generality of the people of not only Nigeria, but especially the people of Northeast Nigeria.
The Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, and Ondo State Houses of Assembly on Tuesday passed the Security Network Agency and Amoteku Core Bill into law. The bill seeks to unify the proposed law guiding the security outfit Amotekun, jointly established by the 6 Southwest governors. The Lagos State House of Assembly unanimously passed the bill after the Speaker, Mudashiru Obasa, and his colleagues read it for the 3rd time. In Ogun, the bill sent by Governor Dapo Abiodun was passed 19 days after. In Oyo State, the House of Assembly called on Governor Seyi Makinde to sign the bill into law after passing it, while in Osun State, the House of Assembly passed the bill after amending some of the clauses in it. In Ondo, the House of Assembly passed the bill after the majority leader of the House moved a motion for the document to be submitted by the Chairman, House Committee on Security. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has rejected the verdict of the Supreme Court on the review of its judgment on the Imo State governorship election. It faulted the judgment of the Apex Court in a statement on Tuesday by its National Publicity Secretary, Kola Olubodiyan. The court dismissed the application filed by the PDP candidate, Emeka Ihedioha, seeking a review of its judgment, which removed him from office after about 10 months. Ihedioha faulted the declaration of Hope Uzodinma as the Imo State governor and asked the court to return him back to office. But the application was dismissed in a majority judgment of a 7-man panel of judges led by Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Muhammad. The House of Representatives on Tuesday agreed to suspend plenary for 2 weeks over the dreaded coronavirus detected in Lagos and feared to have been transmitted to some persons in several states of the Federation. The motion was moved by Honorable Josiah Eden and amended by Honorable Ndudi Elumelu at plenary on Wednesday. The House says the 2 weeks recess will allow the management of the National Assembly put in place equipment that will help in screening and detecting the symptoms.
There is serious need as a parliament, as the people representative, for the leadership of the National Assembly to set up a committee that comprises of the senators and members of House of Reps, a joint committee to look into this matter, to interface with the executive, to play oversight function on all health institutions, all the agencies, so that this matter can be controlled. Because if we don't do this, it's going to spread like wildfire across the entire country.
Mr. Speaker, it will be a tragedy. And God forbid, if anything happens, and we need to isolate 1,000 people, 5,000 people, 10,000 people, what do we do? China built a 50 to 100,000 isolation center in less than a week.
As everybody who has sensible or who is responsible enough to know that this sickness can kill.
Even when a minister in charge was addressing the world, the kind of seat, Mr. Speaker, that he was seated on shows the world how ready, indeed, how ready Nigeria is. It simply means that we're not prepared for anything. Therefore, there is urgent need for all hands to be on deck.
This House should suspend plenary for a period of 2 weeks or thereabouts for the purpose of certifying everybody and also allowing management to put measures in place so that all of us can be tested. Because we may be taking it as a very joking matter, but it's a very serious matter. And I think that this House should take it as a very serious matter. Otherwise, you will not know who you will be shaking.
In reaction, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control has said the decision of the House of Representatives to suspend plenary for 2 weeks is needless. Ihe Kwazu said shutting down the lower chambers of the National Assembly could cause panic and send the wrong signal to Nigerians. He, however, asked Nigerians to curb the spread of fake news by only sharing information from the official sources. The House of Representatives has described the indiscriminate casualization of workers by employers of labor as criminal and an abuse of the rights of the employees. The House, while contributing to the bill seeking to amend the Nigerian Labour Act, sponsored by Honorable Wale Raji, says casualization of workers is supposed to be a short-term measure, but employers of labor now use it to cut costs and deprive employees of their rightful benefits. The bill, which is seeking to criminalize casualization of workers by employers after 6 months of engagement, passed the second reading.
Failure to comply with the provisions of success from 1, 2, and 2 above is an offense, and the employer, in the case of natural person, shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 2 million naira, or to imprisonment of a period of 2 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment as the court will deem fit without prejudice to the right of the workers to sinful entitlements as provided under this section. Why will you keep somebody for 3, 4, 5 years as a casual worker? If he's not doing well, why are you employing him? And I just say that what is happening is that in the banks, some top management staff of the banks who want to make money will now employ people as casual. They will be paid the full salary the worker is supposed to earn. They put the balance in their pocket and pay the people pictures. That is also what is happening in the oil economy. There is no country in the world that goes that way. The citizenry must have confidence, they must have trust, they must have this conviction that there are procedures and law to secure them from being exploited.
You have people who are engaged to work. They do the core work. But even in the workplace, they cannot go to the same place where those who work with them go to. They can't enter the same lift. They can't eat in the same place. They don't earn the same salaries. They're treated differently. It is one in which some Nigerians are just mere slaves, while some are treated as kings in a workplace where people work equally. And I think it's a bad precedent. At the time the issue of casualization was started in Nigeria, it was meant to be short-term measure. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months to fill gaps. But what you have in these industries now is that they're using casualization and outsourcing especially as ways of lowering costs and shying away from their responsibilities to our Nigerian work.
The Save the Children International, in partnership with the United Kingdom Agency for International Development, UK Aid, says all is set for the commencement of the second phase of its Child Development Grant Programme. The initiative, which was launched in Zamfara and Jigawa states about 6 years ago, is aimed at reducing widespread poverty, hunger and malnutrition among pregnant and lactating mothers. Our correspondent, Amadine Uyi, reports.
The Child Development Grant Program was launched in the year 2013 as an unconditional cash transfer program. The 6-year-long social protection program, which was implemented by the Save the Children International in both Zamfara and Jigawa states, ended in 2019 and was sponsored by the United Kingdom's Department for International Development, DFID. Assessing the program after completion of its first phase in 2019, findings show an improvement in the standard of living of beneficiaries.
The aim of the program was to ensure that women, very poor and vulnerable women, have monthly stipends of 4,000 naira to contribute to the nutritional value of the family. The program entirely had about 12 billion naira that was expended, and it reached over 100,000 beneficiaries directly.
However, the project wasn't without its own share of challenges.
Some of the challenges of the monitoring that were discovered during the monitoring program on the field was just the distance in terms of the location. Other challenges include security. Other challenges include payment for the beneficiaries in terms of liquidity, getting cash from the bank to the community. We had what we call the inclusion error and the exclusion error, whereby a beneficiary try to get into the program even when they are not eligible to be part of the system. Like those women who are not pregnant and they are trying to shortcut the system and then get themselves into the system. And also we also have the cross-border issue, whereby women from other communities who are not eligible to be part of the program find themselves, due to one reason or the other, be able to find themselves into the program.
With the success recorded in the first phase of the project, the Save the Children International says preparations are now in top gear for the commencement of the project's second phase. With this in mind, the Save the Children International commenced its social protection training for civil society organizations as well as media practitioners.
The program is focused on supporting policies, ensuring that we have the right policies in place, ensuring that we have the right systems and structures in place to implement social protection program, ensuring that the civil society are able to participate effectively to hold government officials to account.
The essence of this exercise is to enlighten the CSOs and also the media about the social protection plan, and also to give them the broader overview of the steps taken and in decision making of all this plan for the government, and also the media to be aware of what is happening and how it's been designed and how it's been implemented.
Participants said the training, which held in Kaduna, the Kaduna state capital, has been of immense benefit. Some of them shared major takeaways from the week-long training.
This training has exposed us, especially myself, to a lot of issues that there are various areas that civil society organizations can key in to support government so that they can make the program more visible everywhere you go across the country.
The major takeaway is that social protection is all-inclusive. All-inclusive in the sense that irrespective of tribe, religion, sex, or whatever, so long as an individual qualifies for intervention, he gets it.
Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
The news will continue after this short break. Don't go away. The last Ebola patient in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has been discharged on Tuesday from a treatment center in the northeastern town of Beni. This was disclosed in a statement by the World Health Organization Africa region. The patient, Tamasiko, was discharged from the Ebola facility in an emotional ceremony. The country has been battling the scourge for over a year. The milestone comes as more countries increasingly report cases of coronavirus. Togo's Constitutional Court on Tuesday rejected opposition claims of electoral fraud and declared Faure Gnassingbe the winner with more than 70% of the February vote and president for a fourth term. In the final tally, the incumbent garnered 70.78% of the ballot, while opposition leader and former Prime Minister Agbeyome Kojo took 19.46%, the court said. Kenyan government last week banned traffic to and from China over the outbreak of coronavirus. President Uhuru Kenyatta gave a directive, among others, that a task force be formed to coordinate the country's response. The task force on Tuesday also imposed a ban on flights from northern Italy, specifically from Verona and Milan. It said the measure was because of the spike in cases in those areas. Flights from the area are suspended as of March 3rd, 2020, a statement read. Up next, after this very short break, is foreign news.
Ndibanye, ana mekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways.
Coronavirus, it's a viral infection. And the new coronavirus that we're all talking about, novel coronavirus, it's part of a family of various coronaviruses that do exist.
If anybody is not prepared right now, I would say it's carelessness, because it is something we all knew was going to come.
Symptoms to look out for, the main ones are cough, high fever, and respiratory distress. That just means breathing difficulties.
I will say no country is prepared for coronavirus as it is.
Really? Prevention is key, and hand hygiene is key when we are talking about this.
Alcohol does not kill it. You just need to take a lot of water.
So
taking a lot of
hydrate
water,
your system.
Hydrate yourself.
There is no cure right now. The only thing that we have to help us right now, prevention.
Also.
Mainland China confirms 119 new cases of coronavirus on Tuesday. The country's National Health Commission said on Wednesday, down slightly from 125 on the previous day. The total number of cases on the mainland has now reached 80,270. The number of deaths rose by 38 to bring the total mainland China death toll to 2,981 by March 3. Hubei province, the epicenter of the outbreak, reported 37 new deaths and 115 new cases on Tuesday. The World Bank unveiled a $12 billion aid package on Tuesday that will provide fast-track funds to help countries combat the coronavirus outbreak. The goal is to provide fast, effective action that responds to country needs, World Bank President David Malpass told reporters. He said it is critical to recognize the extra burden on poor countries least equipped in the struggle to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. The funds, some of which are targeted at the world's poorest nation, can be used for medical equipment or health services and will include expertise and policy advice, the bank said in a statement.
The goal of the financing is to reduce the transmission of COVID, and also to take care of patients and to begin the process of prevention so that it doesn't.
The U.S. military has conducted an airstrike against Taliban fighters in Afghanistan just hours after President Donald Trump said he had a very good talk with the leader of the group. The U.S. signed a deal with the Taliban on Saturday aimed at bringing peace to Afghanistan after years of war. But a U.S. forces spokesman said it launched an airstrike on Wednesday in response to Taliban fighters attacking Afghan forces in Helmand province. Iraq on Wednesday confirmed the first death from the coronavirus in the country, according to local health authorities. In a statement, the Health Ministry of Kurdish Regional Government, KRG, in northern Iraq said a 63-year-old man who tested positive for the coronavirus died on Wednesday. The Iraqi authorities confirmed 32 cases of coronavirus. Last week, Baghdad shut schools and universities for 10 days and banned travel to virus-hit states as part of its fight against the disease. Our business news is up after this very short break. Stay with us. Brent crude prices steadied on Wednesday, powering early gains as markets assessed whether deeper output cuts by major producers would be enough to offset the impact of the coronavirus outbreak. Brent crude was down by 1 cent at $51.85 a barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate was up by 8 cents at $47.26 a barrel. The contract had gained 98% earlier in the session. Saudi Arabia and other OPEC members will seek to persuade Russia on Wednesday to join them in large additional oil output cuts to prop up prices which have fallen because of the coronavirus outbreak. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports. Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Mona Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We are 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case.
Mona Lisa is about real life and real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Mona Lisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told.
The Washington National Opera has dropped Placido Domingo's name from its Young Artist program following a report that found the renowned tenor and former WNO artistic leader to have been made unwanted sexual advances towards dozens of women. The opera's board voted Monday to change the name of Domingo Cartier's Young Artist Program to Cartier's Young Artist Program of Washington National Opera, honoring the long-standing support of the Maurice and Gwendolyn Carfitries Foundation. The name comes a week after the American Guild of Musical Artists, AGMA, the union representing singer and dancer, revealed an investigation had determined that Domingos engaged in inappropriate sexual behaviors for decades, both in and outside the workplace. Investigators found that many witnesses said fear of retaliation kept them silent. Moving on, prominent Nigerian politician, poet, and lawyer David Oluwafemi Fani-Kayode has taken to his Facebook page to announce that he has made a Nollywood debut in a series titled Silent Prejudice. Fani-Kayode, who has been the special assistant to ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo, in his Facebook expressed his excitement about his cameo appearance in this series. According to Fani-Kayode, who has served as a former Minister of Culture and Tourism, as well as a Minister of Aviation, said he joined Nollywood's great lights like Larry Goldsworth, Obi Ide Jimba, and Titi Temple on set last week, where they spent many hours filming. He went on to say, and I quote, "Many do not know how hard actors work and the energy and discipline that goes into this craft," admitting that acting, quote-unquote, requires total dedication and focus. He also said his respect for actors have increased following his recent experience. Fani-Kayode is not the only politician to make an appearance in this series, as Governor Chukwuemeka Ezeife, Chief Dan Iwanyu, and Senator Dino Melaye also appeared in the series as well. And that is it on entertainment. The very best in sports coming right after this.
And in sports, as we look forward to the 2020 Formula One season, 7 of the 10 car companies have formally objected to the handling of Ferrari engine controversy last year. And last week, governing body of the FIA said it's reached a settlement with Ferrari after investigating their engine. And Ferrari's rivals have issued a collective response expressing their strong objection to the confidential deal. They say they will pursue full and proper disclosure and reserve the right to seek legal redress. And still in the world of Formula One, the racing body says it will not hold a world championship race in a country that prevents any team entering as a result of the coronavirus restrictions. The Formula One Managing Director, Ross Brown, said if a team is prevented from entering a country, we can't have a race. Not a world championship race anyway, because that would be unfair. Vietnam has imposed a 14-day quarantine period on visitors from Italy, while Bahrain has employed special measures to ensure its race can go ahead. That's it on Sport Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Thank you, Udoka. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making headlines. Please join us again. Thank you for your company.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country, undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
Hello, welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss and analyze the biggest entertainment stories. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I'm here with my amazing, interesting, and exciting co-anchors, Ife Omai and Benny Ak.
Today is a good day.
It is a good day. You know what's up now? I was gingered by the reservations,
Ladies are looking pretty.
Thank you.
Pretty possessing this morning, like.
Prepossessing.
You look good, like what you got on. Elsie's looking all red, man. So much passion being exuded.
It's
all good.
Thank you.
I like it.
You look handsome as well.
Thank you very much. I like it.
You look, what's the word?
Actually, can I give a compliment in peace?
Okay, I'll keep that to myself.
Okay.
Moving on real quick. Megan Thee Stallion's label boss, Carl Crawford, accuses Jay-Z of trying to steal her, claims she owes him $2 million. He claims he's being robbed and blames Jay-Z's management company Roc Nation for pitting him against Megan. He denied being greedy and blocking her from releasing new music. He told Billboard, quote, "The only thing we ever did was give. Now she fell for the oldest trick in the industry, they conquer and divide them," end of quote. He went on to say, everybody in the industry knows this is what Jay-Z and Roc Nation do. They come in, they find the smallest things wrong with the problem because there weren't any problems before she left. And then she says that I didn't want to negotiate. He also said Megan Thee Stallion has 60-40 splits and she got part of her masters, also implying that that would not have happened if she were at
Most record deal would never
Won't do
give an artist their masters at first signing. Most record labels never do that.
And even 60-40.
Yeah, and 60-40 is pretty. When I heard that, I was like, wow, this is great. This is fair enough, And like we did say on the show yesterday, I think the whole Roc Nation thing probably will have led up to what happened between Stallion and a record label boss. It's pretty much unfortunate that this is happening right now, but this is it. I mean, you can't be up against Roc Nation. You can't be up against Jay-Z.
Yeah.
He has the connect. He has the money. And so, and for Megan Thee Stallion, she's hungry. Like stereotypical of every artist, upcoming artist who needs the bread. They will always jump ship. And you're talking about Jay-Z. You're talking about Roc Nation. Who wouldn't want to jump on the ship of Roc Nation? But at the end of the day, I want to trust Roc Nation to go do what is right because he's making so many claims. They're owing him. She goes to gigs. She charges like $100,000 for gig. And that so far she's had about 25 gigs and no money has been remitted to him. And so if this is true, I want to believe Rock Nation will do what is right by the books.
I like that. I like that he's coming out to speak. He's not acting like the regular record label boss that would keep quiet and start for me and you owe me. He's giving details, and that's what I like about the story. However, I also don't want to look at this as a Jay-Z witch hunting or Rock Nation witch hunting. I feel business is business. So you got signed under Rock Nation to manage you. It is expected for them to do everything within their powers to fight for you and get better representation for you. Now, is there a hidden agenda behind that fighting? We don't know for sure.
you know. I really don't care if so much. Jay-Z is definitely in the know what's going on because he's
of course,
he's the boss.
And he wouldn't manage and make sure everything is okay if he didn't see that there was something to gain from that. They're not related.
It's a management deal, so it behoves you as the management to Megan Thee Stallion to check the books, to check the records. What Crawford is putting out, is it true? And what comes to mind again is Golden Boy Entertainment and Peruzzi. DMW was meant to serve as the management outfit for Peruzzi, not a record label. Then at the end of the day, all the process, the shows, the music being released by Peruzzi under DMW, what was due to Golden Boy was not being given to Golden Boy.
It's interesting you're even raising that because it seems like the conversation around that has died down. But this woman, Kemi Olunoya, I know people don't pay high level of attention, but that woman drops so many stinkers in the industry and around, and she said something yesterday, and she was saying she was saying that something big is going to happen very soon. That the case we think is done. That's the Golden Boy. That is not over, and if DMW is not careful, that it's going to actually dig deep into their pockets in a way that they cannot handle. So we're still watching that space to see what happens.
I think the only thing I would say for Mega is that it's up to you to actually decide. There's a lot of people who have been upcoming and stick with their one person who believed in them when nobody else did. It's always safer to me because you wouldn't always be in the limelight, and I don't know if you always be important to Rock Nation like you are right now, so consider that. But that doesn't mean that you need
going by her words, she said she felt they were family, so they've treated you as family always.
So I think she should take this interview that the boss had as an insight of how he's feeling. I don't smell any bad blood. I don't smell any revenge or spitefulness in it at all. So she should really hear him out, and then obviously they slash that out. But understand that Jay-Z's not your daddy or zaddy or any type of daddy. So stay woke.
Okay, let's move to the next story. Ariana Grande and Mickey Foster's relationship is over after 8 months. A source tells US Weekly that they ended romantic things between them around a month ago. There is no reason, however, given as to why the former lovebirds decided to split.
I really don't have much to say.
It's interesting how the breakup is bigger than the main story, because when we started suspecting if they were together, it was a very quiet news, and Ariana Grande has been one who's come out a lot to talk about her love life, because it's been interesting. They've died, they have there's quite a bit that has gone on. Some of them have gone to get married. So her personal life has unfolded, and the repercussions of that have unfolded in front of everyone. So we took more interest into this person because of that. Not that there's anything actually phenomenal or special about that, but it seems to have died down now. There's nothing big about that. That's life. It happens. Okay, sorry, I guess.
I also like to, really thank you, Nez. I like to bring back what we said on this table. I think you were on the show when we were discussing her life and when she released the thank you, Nez, and also dealing with the death of her ex. And we were saying that her life is something you can actually look at and want to emulate, because she goes through a lot. We don't even know the ones that are going on behind the scenes.
Does she ever had a stint with Big Sean?
Yes.
Yes, she did. Yes, sometime. Yeah, they did.
But but the good thing is she finds a way to put all this into her music and make something out of her life. So I think I still wish her the very best. If it's the relationship ended, another one. Thank you. Next.
For me, I'm going to take it from the social media angle. You're a celebrity. I did say it sometime here on the show that there are a few things I feel about you shouldn't make it to social media, because when it goes wrong, then the whole world is privy to it, because
I don't think
so much
she
of it.
did. I don't think she did not.
But that's the thing. I mean, you're a celebrity already. The spotlight is already on you. And so is there a part of your life you can actually keep away from the spotlight?
It's almost impossible.
This is impossible. Except you put a bag on his head and
in this part of the world, in this part of the world, I think it's even easier to hide your relationship here compared to over there where the paparazzos and
a full-time
paparazzis
business.
follow you
Yeah.
everywhere. So the good thing is she wasn't putting it out there herself, but there is no way you will know who is with who.
Exactly.
They can't really hide it.
I'm so well. I think suffice to say, so far there's not been anything scandalous about Ariana Grande as it stands. So hasn't there?
There is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe not in her love life. That she blackfishes. That's the biggest thing about her, that she acts like a black girl, wears darker skin makeup, but doesn't actually emulate the black culture. A lot of them do that.
But she's mixed, isn't it? She's
no,
she's
white. She's white. She's a white girl. I watched her growing up on Victorious. I'm young. Yes, I'm that young. She's white. She's very white. But recently, with the transition,
but she's trying to identify as a black person.
She's trying to get the benefits of looking like a black person. I don't think she actually wants to be a black person.
Oh, really? The benefits of looking like a black person?
in the industry.
In the industry, okay.
Of course, black music is the music. It's the standard everywhere. So of course you want to.
I'm
look
glad
like them.
to find out that there's a benefit some way, somehow.
You know,
Hallelujah. It's time for a quick break, but when we return, there's definitely more to discuss. Don't go nowhere.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back. Mike Ezuronye recounts how fraudsters almost used his Lekki mansion as collateral for 80 million naira loan. So I don't know why this guy is always the one
People are using.
Recall that one was jailed for about a year, and now another one is happening. I don't want to say what is on my mind.
It's gotta go.
You need that, right? Let's just keep it to ourselves.
Because when
right?
I saw it, I was like, when he was acting CBN saying, please be careful, I'm like, nobody is going to fall for a passport picture. Like your passport that's like, the shot is from here to here. Please. Which original passport has a picture where the head to like your belly button is showing? Like, I'm sure you're not going to edit this thing at home and then put it on there for us. But if that's what's happening, I don't want to be insensitive. And yes, I hope that the bank...
Yeah. And I hope that the right authorities take action.
Not going to trivialize his situation, but I think
situation.
But Michael Zure needs to. I don't know who does he keep company with? Who are the people around his circle? I mean, because hey, people easily get access to you that way and to your stuff.
To even know your house.
That's it. Then there's something you're not doing.
Or he's talking too much about this house. Or he just wants to know about the house. Okay.
You know, or maybe you're putting too much of your business out there with people who are not concerned. I mean. And at the end of the day, it comes to the fact that there's fraud in the system. There's fraud in the country. We can't totally ignore that.
Do you really think, though, that people are going to want to identify and target him as another victim after somebody just went to prison for using his name? Like, don't they think it's already stale by now? Like,
because if it was an easy catch, then yes, they will. It's called sweet. You know, it was sweet. So
okay, so his name is supposed to be on the passport, right, and other documents. And if this person is going to use his property for collateral, is his presence not required?
The gaps in between that story, because you just rightly said it, truth. So I mean, how did they get the C of O? I mean, because they're also required.
Even if he didn't start the story, which I suspect, even if he didn't start the story, I think he really blew it. I don't think the story was going. I don't think this fraudulent act was going anywhere.
Or maybe he's in on the fraudulent act. I'm sorry. Yeah, I said
there are different angles to it. Exactly. Okay.
It just maybe
because you blew it out. Nobody really knew about it.
Yeah,
you made us know about it.
And you say your female fans, like, who are you talking about? Like.
The level, even with stats, it's clear here that women are not even that accessible to buying properties and things like that. It just makes the story a lot harder for me to believe. Like, a woman would really be the one to be buying that, like, 60 million naira house without 80 million without any support.
Like any woman, this is not to shade the men or anything, but any woman who has worked hard enough to have that kind of money, trust me, she has eyes for details.
And she's not going to get a passport, believe a passport that your belly button is showing.
Exactly, just an international passport. I mean, the CFO, I mean, title deeds, I mean, all of that comes to play. So Mike Uzuri, I don't know, probably, I don't want to think it's a stunt.
Maybe he's not a stunt.
Maybe he's not a stunt.
He's a constant target.
He's not been in any movie lately that I can remember.
I think
after there was one Uncle Jeku. After that, which other one? Okay, there was a movie I saw of him lately about Lekki, something about Lagos life, where they were living a whole lot of fake life in Lagos. Not the Bling Lagosian, another movie like that.
Well, then he's working. So let's just leave it.
So he needs to let me sound typical like a Nigerian would do. He should go for deliverance.
Okay, let's just move on to the next story, which is still on Nollywood, as Femi Fani Kayode makes Nollywood debut in Silent Prejudice, right?
Silent Prejudice.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
It's a good one, but did you notice how the blogs read out his full, like even the names?
Why did they do that?
Even the names we did not know he had.
Adekola, Ademola, Ade something, Ade.
Why is it that deep?
No, to make sure he's the one. Like those names are not even going to be on his passport. I don't think we care.
So
that
how did they get that information? Because I think
it's saying his Wikipedia. It's saying his bio.
All of his names like that.
I guess so. But this is it. I don't know what is coming as a shock. I don't know what is it like coming as a surprise that Femi Falana is starring in the...
This is his first debut.
Yeah, is it coming as a surprise that he's starring in the
movie?
Nollywood?
Yeah, and also what he said.
He's always had a cultural background. I mean, go through his bio. At one time, he was culture and tourism minister.
But are you saying
that equivalent to?
Are you saying we shouldn't be as excited as he is for himself? Because he's definitely excited. If you read what he wrote, he's talking about how he now respects the craft more.
He has a training in
the
now
arts,
understands and so it's expected that. Okay,
it's expected.
Yes, it's expected at the end of the day.
I really don't think so.
Especially with what he had attained, being the minister, being.
It's always a cross carpet. Some politicians go into acting.
Well, I mean, they also act in the house, right? They act in the house as well, right?
I feel like that list is very small. It's a lot of industries, maybe music and acting, yes, but politics and acting.
Or maybe moving from acting and then into politics. It's usually not.
What I'm saying
is,
for most of those who cross carpet into acting, most politicians who do check their training, check their background. They have training in arts and theatre and all
so
that.
They're chasing their passion, right?
There's a lot of politicians in there. That's not just Femi Falana, and it's because of the commission.
Femi Fani Kayode.
Exactly. Sorry, Femi Falana seems to be.
Now I understand why the blogs had to spell out all his names, so you two won't do this. Okay.
But I think it's also because of the commission that is sponsoring this movie. Obviously, it's from a political agenda, and I think they're trying to really educate us with this movie, and they're trying to get it from the horse's mouth or right from the source and stuff. So I'm eager to see. I've never said this before, but I'm eager to see this in Nigerian movie and see what it's about.
Like you said, if they want to educate us, I hope they truly educate us rather than trying to manage the perception we have about
I think what it would be is for us to see their perspective. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I think it's a perspective thing. Yeah.
And it will not be our perspective because we are not politicians. I don't think I'll agree with it, but it would just be nice
it's
to
also not
see
going
what
to be sincere.
Do I think it will be embellished? Yeah. But do I think there'll be a little bit of hypocrisy and exaggeration in it? Yes. I mean, undertones, undercurrent. Oh, definitely. Yes. I mean, because it's our politics, so they wouldn't totally want to put it out there the way it is. But like you rightly said, it's their perspective, not ours. We might not totally 100% agree with what it is they're going to put out there, but they wear the shoes. So they can rightly express what it is they're trying to express.
Maybe some truth will be in it. We'll see.
Some truths.
Some truths. The conversation continues right after this break.
Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
I don't like girls that talk too much, tweet too much, or post on Instagram too much. And this is coming from our new baby boy in town, Rema.
Baby boy. I saw the full clip. It obviously doesn't sound as harsh as the blogs have headed it, like he's being authoritative. If I saw that, the headlines, first I'll have been like, President, we're not talking about, we're not going to keep quiet, we're not going to, like, the feminists will have jumped out. But I saw the clip first, and it was very decent. He wasn't demanding for us to be mute. He definitely wasn't saying that. He just said that for his life and the type of lifestyle that he has, he needs somebody that he can trust with his pillow talks.
He wasn't condescending.
Because he even said, I'm more susceptible to talking a lot during pillow talks, so I just need somebody that I can trust. So in his immature, I guess, childlike mind, he equated that to numbers, because the reason why I say that is because there's no maturity in saying that a girl who has a lot of followings talks too much.
I was gonna get there.
So that's what I'm saying, it's childlike. But I understand where he's coming from.
Okay.
That's just somebody that isn't too much in the social life, because numbers these days just sometimes just mean that the girl might take social media a bit seriously in terms of being on the spotlight and all that stuff, and they might want to use this information. So I get the logic, but that does not mean that a lot of following equals not being able to trust them with your conversation.
Or being private.
Yeah.
I think I saw the clip, and I felt Rema wasn't condescending, like Riley said. It was what he likes. The kind of girl you want to get with. I don't need that to be all out there. And for him, the numbers means you have a whole lot of following. People will constantly come to your page because these days you have 50,000 or 100,000 following, you're regarded as a social influencer. And so he wouldn't want to put himself in a situation whereby I say something to you in secret, somewhere out of excitement or not being careful enough.
Well, you see that can happen with somebody who's quiet, though.
That can also happen with someone who isn't even on social media.
That will blow it up. Now, this person is on social media. This person is known.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm saying
a regular girl who's quiet would have friends.
I get what you're saying. But so a regular girl who is quiet, and then I agree totally with what you have said and what you're saying. But I'm trying to paint a different scenario. So you are dating someone who is maybe not even on social media, because there are girls that are not on social media, but you spilled a lot, like you said. If you are cool with a girl and you're dating her, you have the tendencies of talking a lot to her, right? And then she out of excitement now goes ahead to speak with her friends. So how do you know her friend that is on social media or not even on social media will not sell that information to a platform that needs it? I think what he really needs, I'm all for someone who understands what he wants.
Privacy,
but I think
discretion.
He needs privacy, discretion, but that it doesn't have anything to do with being on social media or how many followers you have. Sometimes I can even make an argument to say he actually needs someone who already has seen that fame and is not crazy about that fame anymore, and has been able to tone it down to say, okay, this is what I'm putting out, this is part of my life I'm not putting out, and I'm fine with it. But you see, his reason for this, it can come from anyone, even without the intention.
Yeah.
Well, I totally get what Mike's trying to say, because many people can't deal with, tardiness, lousiness, and if few girls could come off like that sometimes, when they don't know how to put the silence on what they're saying, and to them, every information you give up to them, they just want to spin it out.
I agree. I'm just saying it just doesn't come with your number of followers and the fact that you're private online.
This is Rema's concern.
Yeah, which is why he's still in his maturity, in his matured mind. There's still an immaturity.
The way he unfolded it is quite from a younger perspective. If an older man said the same thing, you'll have been a lot more insightful. Using words like discreet, words like wisdom, implementing wisdom in when you share your information. But he said what he said. I mean, Davido said the same thing too with what's her name? What's her name? Chioma. He said that one of the reasons why he liked her was because she didn't even have the social media account, and that she liked to cook very well. He mentioned a few things when, I don't know if it was a party or whatever.
You just brought a perfect example. Chioma is someone.
Look at Chioma now.
How many followers?
How many followers does she have?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's somewhat of a social.
But she has not changed.
But the point is,
because she doesn't really put out much.
Does she have conversation with David? No, of course, yeah. Does she say anything about
I think she talks too much now. Like when she had her baby, we started seeing how changing that pass and blah, 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 blah. But I mean, I think that's also a perfect example, like you say, to say whether you are online or offline, it is about your personality and you understanding the boundary and the values as well, and also understanding that when your man comes to tell you something, he's telling you, not the word. And when your woman tells you as well, he's telling you, and not for you to tell your guy friends. Right?
You know, ladies, I think we just live in an age where people can't, because of social media, we don't draw the line with what is private any longer and what is
a lot of
sacred,
people do. We just judge every other person with the attitude of the few ones that don't join.
You also transcend your
the spiral of silence.
I think one thing people do on social media that really irks me is when I upload something and you're like, I would never do that. Well, like, I'm not you. And what you think is private, I don't mind sharing. It comes to things like body parts. Like people say, I would never post my boobs. Some girls love that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people, it's their relationship.
You need to go and
check. Why not? Oh, wow. When a man can do it, would I not be able to do it? And if you have a problem with that, you shouldn't be in my space.
No,
follow me.
I don't have the problem with that.
I'm even talking to the bigger audience. So, but it's the same thing with like, you have people who like don't share their family members. You don't know who their husbands are. You don't see their children. While some pages is just for their family members and their children. Some people it's just about their bodies. So be careful when you start to say things like, what are your is the person private or not? Because
what you post online doesn't make you a better person.
Yep. It doesn't.
At the end of the day, it's who you are.
I'm going to take a word you use, right? Your values, what your values are. I mean, people
have to align. The person you're with, it has to align. Because with Rema, he cannot tell me that he wouldn't want his babe to put his music online. While some people say that that's too much information, that's my art and that's for me. So like, tell us what your values are. Let them align with each other.
Body parts and my music, they're two different things.
How? It's what?
It's my art form. I mean, we're talking about my body.
My body is my art.
I'm also saying.
Have you seen me naked? That's an art form. What?
Have you? I'm just saying, if you're comfortable and you like your body, I love my body. I tell myself somehow I'm a kind of a nudist, you know. I don't mind to show that part, but I just will not do it. And if anybody does it, I'm not going to judge you. You get what I'm saying? So I think your values, your principles, come to play with whatever it is you're having something to do with. What you agree on, what's going to go online, what's not going to go online. It's both of your business.
Right now, we have to go, but I have to say that I'm glad that you have clothes on right now. Thank you for watching. And you as well. Thank God you have clothes on. Thank you for watching. And you can catch up on this conversation all over again by visiting our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. And please do remember to subscribe. You can also watch Tea Time on Arto TV and London on Ben Television. My thank you as always to go to my co-anchors, Ife Omai and Benny Ag, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay with us.
first point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright. Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi like
sleeping early.
Emeka Ihedioha loses once again as the Supreme Court has refused to restore him as the governor of Imo State. And the Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, says no to any possibility of amnesty and negotiations with bandits in the state. This is Plus Politics, and I am Felicity Ezewike. You're welcome. Now, the Supreme Court, in a decision by a panel of justices led by Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Muhammad, has reiterated the judgment it gave on January 14, which declared Hope Uzodinma of the All Progressive Congress APC as the legally elected governor of Imo State. The Apex Court stated that there is no constitutional provision for setting aside an earlier Supreme Court judgment and that the verdict of the Supreme Court is a finality. Joining us to have a conversation on this via telephone is legal practitioner Raymond Nkanebe. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Felicity, for this opportunity.
Straight up, there were missed expectations to what the Supreme Court would do with this very seemingly novel situation. What was your expectations before this ruling, and what is your reaction now as we have a ruling?
Thank you very much. My expectation was that the Supreme Court would have used the rare opportunity to redeem itself in its decision over the Imo State's gubernatorial election. Unfortunately, with what we are hearing today, the court has refused to enter that very rare moment of glory. But for the dissenting judgment of one of the judges that sat in the panel, I mean Justice Chima Sentus Nweze. For me, he is the person who has given a judgment that accords with the popular will of the people of Imo State, who filed out on the 9th of March 2019 to vote for Governor Emeka Ihedioha.
Let me interject here and ask you about that particular dissenting voice of Justice Nweze. Now, he is saying that there was need for the Supreme Court to review its position. When you juxtapose that to the other 6 justices who said that, I mean, they cannot review a decision of the Supreme Court, of what relevance is his position in the larger scheme of things now?
Well, unfortunately, a dissenting judgment is not the judgment of the court. The rule or the principle is that however articulate, profound, or erudite a dissenting judgment may be, it does not form the opinion of the court. Be that as it may, dissenting judgments, as we have seen in our jurisprudence, have always been, it has always led to a departure or helped to build the jurisprudence in subsequent cases. So whereas the other 6 judges have refused to bow to the principle of finality of the court decision without adverting its mind to circumstances whereby they can depart from those decisions, what Nweze has shown is that justice must be done at all times, even though the heavens may fall.
I mean, going forward, what will history be saying about this case? We'll come to some other questions that are coming up, but what will history be saying about this case? This is the Supreme Court. To the layman, it is the final bus stop when it comes to legal matters and the quest for justice. We have this seemingly final decision that doesn't look like it is final from where I'm standing, a lot of Nigerians as well.
Well, it's very, very, very unfortunate. Like I told you, I thought the court would have used the opportunity of this application to redeem itself. Unfortunately, the court has refused to seize that opportunity. I've felt the pulse of Nigerians, and the popular opinion is that the current judiciary, as led by Justice Tanko Muhammad, instance where the court can do that, is where such a case comes before it again, and then the court will now have the opportunity, this time within its appellate jurisdiction, to now depart from that decision.
Let me ask you this question, just for those that might have missed the point. You seem not to be very happy with the decision of the Supreme Court. Could you take us down memory lane and explain the reasons why this review was called for in the first place?
Okay, the review was called for against the backdrop of the fact that the judgment of the court on the 14th of January seem not to accord with verifiable facts and the principle of elections. What am I trying to say? The number of votes that the Supreme Court returned for Hope Uzodinma, after adding the votes from the so-called 388 polling units, exceeded the total number of accredited voters. Now, in the principle of elections, it does not stand to reason that total votes cast should exceed total accredited voters. That is outright fallacy, right? Secondly, Section 179, subsection 2 of our Constitution provides that before a person can be returned as the winner of an election, he must have scored the total number of lawful votes cast, and also 1/4 of the votes cast in 2/3 majority of the state. Now, Imo State has 27 local governments. 2/3 of 27 local governments is 18 local government areas. Hope Uzodinma did not win up to 18 number of local government areas. So what is the basis for returning him? Thirdly, having added the votes from the so-called 388 polling units, the Supreme Court did not consider it fit to now assess the spread of these votes against the number of local governments in Imo State. Having not done all of this, the Supreme Court could not have endorsed a lawful or a valid return of Hope Uzodinma. So it was against this backdrop that Emeka Ihedioha and his lawyers felt they should go back to the court and point out this fact to them so that they may be impelled to take a second look at their decision and now correct some of these jurisprudential flaws. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has said they're not going to do that because by being the final court of the land, they cannot be heard or seen going back or sitting on appeal over its own decisions.
So it basically means, if I understand you, it basically means that the court did not review the case as presented, but just dismissed it outright.
They didn't. And in my, if I might say this, in an opinion I wrote last week, what I said, it is not a must that the Supreme Court, after making this review, must return Emeka Ihedioha. It will be sufficient if the court could further justify the decision it entered on the 14th of January. You understand? But the Supreme Court has failed to do either of these, preferring to rely on the argument of technicality. That is to say, being the final court, it cannot be heard or seen reviewing its own decision. Very unfortunate.
On the flip side of this conversation, you and I agree that the Supreme Court is the final court in the land. Let's look at it from their position as well. Is it safe to say that before now, the questions has been, if this review is allowed to go through, it's going to open a floodgate of more questions and more review of the Supreme Court decision. Wouldn't that cause chaos in the land when the final court is no longer the final court?
Well, for me, that is quite a technical argument. Now, let me concede that the Supreme Court is the final court of the land by virtue of the provision of Section 235 of the 1999 Constitution. But the Supreme Court rules, Order 8, Rule 16 of the Supreme Court rules, has given it the inherent powers to review its decision on a number of grounds. That is to say, where the judgment was procured by fraud or deceit, where the judgment was procured by misrepresentation of facts, right? In such a situation, an aggrieved party who goes back to the court, the Supreme Court is entitled to look at it again. Now, the circumstances of this case is a clear case of misrepresentation of facts, which the Supreme Court ought to have looked at. So it is not a question of whether to open the floodgates or not. It is a question of justice, and justice, being a social value, must at all times be recognized by that court. Justice must always be done and seen to be done.
Okay, I think I'll give a rest to that and just ask you, what are the lessons, or should I say, this whole situation seems to be a sore point or a learning curve for the Nigerian judiciary. What would you say to that?
I agree absolutely. Like I made reference to an article I wrote last week, and I recommended that this situation is born out of the fact that our Supreme Court is very, very, very overburdened. That court is the most overburdened court throughout the whole world. You have few number of judges doing the work arising from every part of this country. Hello?
Yes, I'm with you.
So I believe what is happening today, while we are having judgments which do not look like judgments of Supreme Court, is because the manpower of that court is seriously deficit. So I believe its time has come for us to increase the number of judges of that court so that they can be properly equipped to do serious legal work over matters that come to them. You understand? So I think this is what this case has shown us, and the National Assembly might want to amend the Constitution to increase the maximum number of judges of that court. As of today, the Constitution says the court should not have not more than 21 justices. I think the number of cases in the country at this time is enough for that court to have at least 40 judges. Understand? If we can expand the number of judges of that court, we can leverage on this manpower to do serious legal work. But even beyond that, I think the time has come for our judges to adopt a very activist disposition, because our democracy is still a very evolving one. So you need judges who are what we call creative judges, who should have an eye for the reality on ground in the society and use their judgment, their vantage points as judges or final judges to effect some of the social change which has been lacking in this country for a long time.
All right. What do you foretell that the history book will say about this whole scenario, this whole development, this whole debate about the supremacy of the Supreme Court? What do you foretell the history book will say?
Well, I don't think the history would be, if for anything, the history would be that at some point in Nigeria's history, the Supreme Court refused to act like what a Supreme Court would act like. Though we have seen this court in a number of cases act in that fashion, like we saw in the case of Amechi vs. Wike in 2007, where the court rose up and stamped out impunity at that time. But I believe, unfortunately, the step the court has taken in recent years have not been quite what you would expect from a Supreme Court. So I believe this should be a moment of personal reflection for the court to look back at its glory days and see how it can bring back the book of those days.
All right, let me just, this one is, what are the next steps now that the drama seems to have screeched to a halt? Whether we like it or not, there is a finality to the decision of the Supreme Court as announced today. So now that it has screeched to a halt, what are the next steps?
The thing there is, I must commend former Governor Emeka Ihedioha, who throughout the period of this legal battle have conducted himself in a very, like a true Democrat, whom he is. Have watched his language throughout this. He has always spoken in a very civil tone and demeanor. I think he will, in the next few hours, he's going to address his supporters, telling them to accept this as the ultimate will of God, so that we can have peace and stability in Imo State. You understand? He's still quite a young politician. Tomorrow he can still give his shot at the leadership of that state. And for Mr. Hope Uzodinma,
yes, I was going to ask you, what would be the task before him now that he can breathe a sign of relief that there will be no further litigation to his position, rather, as the governor of the state?
Yes. Well, I will hope he is going to toe the path of the man in Bayelsa State, Governor Doyediri, who, conscious of how he came to power, you understand, has treaded in a very civil and peaceful manner, trying to call all parties to sheath their sword and come together to work to build the state. Since at the end of the day, what matters is the interest of the people of that state. So I'll expect Hope Uzodinma to also speak in that manner, call persons from the PDP to come together and let them see how they can build and develop Imo State. Because at the end of the day, what is at stake here is not who rules the Imo State, but the welfare of people of that state.
All right, before I allow you go on this segment of the program, I'd like to ask about the projects that were embarked upon by the very short tenure of Emeka Ihedioha. I personally saw some myself when I visited the state briefly last month. Will there be a conclusion, or will we see a case of abandoned projects in Imo State?
Well, that would depend much on Hope Uzodinma's governance, how he wants to go about governance in that state. But I don't think, in terms of infrastructure, there is little Ihedioha has actually done. You understand? He has actually commenced to. I don't think there will be a clear case of projects who are almost 50% done being abandoned. So I hope Hope Uzodimma will also try to continue some of these projects to avoid these incidents of abandoned projects all over the place.
I want to thank you very much for your time with us this evening.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, we'll take a short break now, and when we return, Kaduna State Governor talks tough against bandits in his state. Just stay with us.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again. Really? I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
The Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, has expressed zero tolerance for bandits, as he stated that the Kaduna State government will not give amnesty to bandits, nor will they negotiate with them. He also apologized to the people of the state over the recent attacks in 3 local government areas in which scores of people were killed. I will be having a guest join us via telephone in a bit, security expert. But before he does, let's take a look at this video.
Weeks after gunmen attacked Bakali village in Giwa local government of Kaduna State, killing 13 family members and 8 others. There was another fresh attack on Kerewa, Ngwa Musa, and Zariyawa community in Igabi and Giwa local government of the state. Over 50 persons lost their lives. Sorrow and tears pervaded the atmosphere, as many of the residents were seen mourning for their dead and loved ones. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, visited the affected communities to mourn with those in pain, arriving after a mass burial in company of security officials. Governor El-Rufai assured residents that those found culpable will not go unpunished.
In Kaduna State, we have zero tolerance for bandits. We don't give them amnesty. We don't negotiate with them. We have asked the security agencies to just wipe them out.
He, however, asked for the forgiveness of the residents for failing to protect them from the hands of criminals and improving in the security situation in the state.
The responsibility for protecting these people rests squarely on my shoulders and that of my colleagues. I also came to apologize for our failure to fully protect them. We are doing the best we can, and we are hoping that this banditry will end.
Idong Joseph, Plus TV, Africa.
The situation with banditry is a worrying one. I have with me in the studio political analyst Lulu Elegbe. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening.
Good evening. And we also have joining us via telephone, like I intimated you before now, Peter Aigbedion. He is a security expert. Thank you very much for joining us, Peter.
Thank you, Felicity. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. All right. The governor is saying there is zero tolerance for banditry in the state. But I want us to start the conversation by clearing up what that banditry actually means. Because a councillor in a local government, a local council area in that state, spoke to Voice of America and said his words, and I quote, "These men, these killers are Boko Haram. They stormed our village, killing indiscriminately. They spared no one, the young, the old, even the Nigerians were not spared." I want us to clear the narrative. Are these bandits or Boko Haram insurgents, do you think? I ask because it completely changes the conversation about whether amnesty comes into the scenario.
Yeah, so I think it's for me, it's one of these issues. I think it's a false narrative, because when we start to say that the people that carried out these attacks are bandits, I think it almost takes away from the seriousness of the situation, because these aren't bandits, these are terrorists. I don't know whether or not they're Boko Haram, but any group of people that comes into a village or comes into a town and kills people on the kind of scale that we're talking about, that's not banditry. That's terrorism. There's no other word for it. It's not, we're not talking, I mean, when you talk about banditry, this thing started, banditry, you're thinking about bootlegging in the 20s in the US, that sort of thing. This is not the kind of thing we're talking about here. We're talking about people that go almost undisturbed, are able to go into towns heavily armed, killing innocent men, women, children. So when we start to say that these are bandits, no, they're not. I don't know if they're Boko Haram, but the treatment of the federal government or the state government or the security agencies generally, the way they should handle this is the way in which you would handle any other terrorist atrocity going on in the country.
We'll come to you on that, but let's bring Peter in and get his perspective on this. Are they bandits or are these terrorists? Because the narrative is seemingly being watered down when people coming and kill in the manner that we saw in Kaduna State.
I agree that the scale on which we're witnessing this bloodletting is one that makes us it would be remiss of us to use any other word apart from terrorism. This is pure, sheer, unadulterated terrorism. If you can attack and kill 50 people, and I heard that there were over 100 of them that rode into the town over the course of the night and the early morning, and they carried out these attacks for over 2 hours and moved on like they did. The modus operandi is similar to that of Boko Haram. Boko Haram has not come out to claim responsibility, but 2 + 2 is still 4. And from what we can tell, this was premeditated. It was not accidental. From what I've heard as well, they carried out these attacks as reprisal on the communities for aiding the military in their operations against them. So I believe that definitely this is not just the act of a group of bandits. This is organized crime of the highest level, and their callousness is on a scale that is, I mean, it's not unprecedented, but it's heart-rending. 50 lives, one life is too much to lose. How much more 50 lives? So I don't like the fact that the government is trying to water that narrative by just claiming bandits. It gives the rest of the country a belief that, like we have seen before, or seen sentiments to that nature, that they are deliberately watching this thing down because it is a tribal or a religious war.
Okay, so the both of you seem to agree that the word bandits or banditry waters down the gravity of the brutality of the attack. So when you now bring into the conversation the fact that the governor is saying that he's not going to get into amnesty with these bandits, you take it back to the fact that there is already a bill in the Senate providing for the rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram terrorists. Doesn't that invalidate the position of the Kaduna State government?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because first of all, I think the main thing to remember is really that they're not calling these guys terrorists. They're not calling them Boko Haram members. They're calling them
How do you
bandits.
distinguish?
That's my point, and I think that's Peter's point as well. If you look at the way Boko Haram has operated in the last few years, they go into towns in numbers, they carry out these attacks and they disappear, and somewhere down the line, the security agencies turn up. That's exactly what's happened here. So, even if you're not going to say that, even if you're not willing to say that, okay, these are definitely Boko Haram people, at the very least, these are terrorists. So when you talk about the bill in the Senate at the moment, talking about amnesty and rehabilitation, I get that everywhere in the world that has an issue with terrorism, you don't defeat, because terrorism is a mindset. It goes beyond the violence. There's a mindset attached to it. So the simple meaning of that is you can't defeat terrorism with only military force. It doesn't work because of the mindset. So there has to be the softer human angle, which is where the de-radicalization program comes in. Now, the problem with this is, the problem with the way it's been implemented, based on what I've seen of the bill in the Senate, is it has language that almost seems like you are rewarding these people for the things they've done. Someone asked me recently, how is that different from the amnesty for Niger Delta militants? I said they're two completely different things. Niger Delta militants weren't killing indiscriminately this way. They were agitating for improvements in their communities because of what had happened with oil. And what they were doing was blowing up pipelines more than they were doing anything else. Yes, they carried out kidnappings and things like that, but these guys are going into towns and wiping out entire families. That's something completely different. It's not the same thing.
Okay, let's look at some of the issues on the ground that was raised basically from the visit of the governor. He said something about the communication strategy. Peter, I'm coming to you now. He said that there was poor GSM network connection in that area. If I'm to get him right, he said the security agencies are doing the best they can, but they find it difficult to get to remote areas in good time to make a prompt intervention. 50 people died because of this lack of communication. Is there something wrong? Because a whole lot of money has been expended in ensuring that military gets the best equipment, communication gadgets to ensure that they're able to communicate. Aren't there other ways in the 21st century that information can pass through to the military in order to stop this situation from occurring?
Let me take it piece by piece. First of all, I think the governor, for him to have come out to make that statement, I wouldn't give him much credence or lend credence to what he has said, because I've not heard it from the military commanders. I've not heard any of the military police spokesmen come out to say something of that nature. Maybe he may be privileged to see some reports that give him that belief, but I mean, it is my knowledge, and I want to say this with the most respect for his office. I believe it is ridiculous. Here's another reason. You have a Navy fleet that goes into deep waters where GSM networks do not really work well. Yet they're able to communicate for miles and miles far away from different ships and different naval assets, and there's no GSM mast within those regions. Secondly, and this is where I want to talk about strategy. If you look at it, this is asymmetrical warfare. We understand, and if we've seen that this community is cooperating with the military and giving them reports about the insurgents looking around the area, it would have been the wise thing to do to at least provide some measure of protection, a buffer, to prevent this from happening the way it happened. For this to happen, and with over hours and hours, nothing was done. Nobody. I understand the governor said that some some of the security agencies came in to mitigate what was happening. But in the first place, they should have realized that the possibility of reprisal attacks being carried out against communities that were helpful was high. Again, it also shows that intelligence is leaking from within the security system, because if the insurgents are attacking the communities or helping the military, then that means that there's information from inside the military that's leaking as well. There are moves within the system that are also communicating this information to the terrorists. So I'm concerned that the governor is handling this matter with thick gloves, and his tone, from what he's saying, he's not being generous with the truth. That's what I'll say.
Okay, let's look at the much publicized apology to the people of Kaduna State, heartfelt one at that, for his inability to actually protect them, which is his primary responsibility, and adds to the condolence by the presidency to the people of that state, and the promise that they will beef up security. We'll come to that, or they will implement more strategies. We'll come to that in a bit. But isn't it time that the narrative on when we have violence like this go beyond commiserating with the people that lost a family, admitting faults, to situations where we can have a scenario where we don't have this violence in the first instance, and then the government comes and say, this is what we did. These are the people who've apprehended. We saved 50 lives.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It goes back to what I keep saying, that the reason a lot of these things happen is a lack of consequences. Because if you ask how many terrorists or bandits have been arrested in the last 12 months, how many have you heard of that have been arrested? How many have you heard of that have been prosecuted? How many have you heard of that have been jailed? I can't even remember any. They probably are, but I cannot remember. So when you have a situation when people know that they can do things like this and get away with it, there's no disincentive for them. So when the government comes out and says, we condemn the statement, issues apologies, that's all well and good. But the reality is that for the victims, it feels hollow, because every time this happens, you hear a statement of condemnation. And these days, unfortunately, it doesn't mean much anymore. That's because that town that has been attacked, or those villages that have been attacked,
previously,
they're not. No, even these particular ones. Security will probably be beefed up there in the next few days, few weeks. But if the military leaves there tomorrow, or if they leave there next week, those people are still vulnerable to another attack. So it's not a question of apologizing, or if you go after the people that are committing. And what I've never understood is why it's so hard, it's so difficult to apprehend these people, because in some cases they are coming into these towns in convoys. And if you remember, the northeast, even though Kaduna is northwest, but many of these areas are some of the most militarized regions in the country. So when you have convoys of trucks, of motorbikes, of different cars heading in one direction, where do you think they're going? Where are they going from? So I think it sort of goes back to this issue of state policing and community policing, because to be fair to the military, they are stretched, and they're in different parts of the country carrying out different tasks. So they need that intelligence. The only way they can get that is through community policing. You can't do it. You can't get it any other way.
Okay, I want to squeeze in this question to Peter before we have to wrap things up. And it's a reaction from a former senator, that's Shehu Sani, who happens to be from that area, from the north. He is unhappy with the killings and has attacked northern governors for what he said. And I'm going to read what he said. He said, playing the ostrich, afraid of confronting the federal government and taking independent action to protect their people. End of quote. In this case, how would they go about this without shattering the seeming working cordial relationship between the executive and the state governors?
Well, I want to look at it from what the governor has said. He has taken responsibility for this. Typically, if you were serious about this, I remember a time in this country where state of emergency was imposed on Plateau State, and the bloodletting was not even close to what we're experiencing on this scale. Typically, I would suggest the federal government should introduce a state of emergency of certain areas in this theater of madness or what that's going on. But knowing the way these things have been handled with political undertones, probably will not happen. I don't know that there's a way that this matter will be treated other than being treated with consequences where there's error and there's the likelihood that leads to loss of lives like this. One life lost is too much of a price for any human being to pay. We stop politicizing these issues. I believe it's within the purpose of the federal government to do what they're doing, but there should be consequences. People have been clamoring for months for the strategy change, for the heads of the service chiefs to be either rotated or to be removed outrightly. I believe we're losing people every day. It's not just people on the civilian side. We're losing people in the army, people who are in the military. General Baba died a few weeks ago. There are people who are sacrificing their lives, and is a price too heavy, too expensive for their families and for the country in general. The government should step up, do what is needful. Technology is also available. These areas, I mean, people have we have allies in security, other countries who are willing to give us security access like drones, man-on-man, to fly by these regions, to be able to give hour-by-hour reports on what's going on. Even our Nigerian Air Force can fly sorties over the region. So I believe government should do what is important to do and stop this matter with kid gloves.
All right, Peter, thank you very much for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
And of course, Lulu, thank you very much for making it on time.
Thanks.
Pleasure to have
Thanks
you. All right, and thank you for staying with us, but we're not done yet. We'll take our plots reports now, and when we return, I'll be giving my take. To stay with us.
About 25 repented Boko Haram insurgents, along with their wives and children, have been received in Maiduguri by the Borno State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Hajiya Zuwaira Gambo, on behalf of the state government. They landed in Maiduguri International Airport with military aircraft and headed to Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center. Handing over the repented insurgents, the coordinator of the Safe Corridor Program, Major General Bamdele Shafar, said the former insurgents will be well rehabilitated by the federal government and also encouraged other insurgents in the bush to surrender.
Open hand, to drop their weapons and embrace peace for the betterment of all of us. Thank you. And God bless.
They are Nigerians first and foremost. And they are Nigerians that have decided to behave according to the dictates of our constitution and abide by the rules and laws of this nation. They have lived out of the shores of this country and have been brought here to be reunited with their families. So ours at the Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Center is to provide them with the psychosocial support, to feed them, to clothe them, and give them some basic form of education on behalf of the government of Borno State. This is a center that His Excellency the Governor, Professor Babagana Umar Zulu, gives so much attention to and provides us with the necessary support to ensure that these guests are rehabilitated and given the required training in various skills and then reunited with their families.
Though not vast in matters of the law, I had hoped for some clarifications to issues raised that questioned the decision of the Supreme Court. I did not get it, so as the layman that I am, I'll take what is given. The one dissenting judgment by Justice Sentos Weze that there is merit in the case for review in the court's judgment on the Imo governorship election. His position makes more sense to me. Yes, he is a lone voice in the wilderness, a really lonely part for anyone to take, I acknowledge, but he took it. So I too choose to be brave tonight and say that I agree. There was a need for review. But it doesn't really matter now, does it? Whatever our reservations about the entire matter, we must put it to rest, really, and focus on the task of growing Imo State. After all, that's all this is about, right? To serve the people and improve the conditions of their lives. I hope the governor provides quality leadership. I hope that it will pay tribute to his name, Hope, by the time his 4-year tenure is up, to help us make sense of this judgment and maybe restore some belief that every disappointment is a blessing in disguise. At least I hope so. That's my take tonight. As always, we are very appreciative of your time with us on the program. We will be happy to hear your thoughts on our conversations here. So please share them using @PlusTV Africa and social media platforms most convenient for you. I'll see you next time. To take care.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I am under the bridge in Menday, Maryland, at the very popular Cane Village, particularly thrilled at the level of creativity being displayed in terms of the artworks here by the artisans.
An array of weavers and sellers of baskets, chairs, and artistic household furniture made out of cane were all hard at work at the time of my visit to the Cane Village. The men, women, and children all seemed engrossed at their day's task. I was welcomed by the president of the Cane Weavers Association, Mr. Edward Apofure. According to Edward, the weavers and sellers were collectively relocated under this bridge in 2002. A hard miss for anyone coming from Ikeja or Ikorodu access.
This is a fantastic location. How long has this Cane Village been in existence?
Well, the Cane Village has been existed for a long time ago. We rise from our forefather who founded this industry, established it for year 1974. But we came to register this industry in 1986. It was registered as National Cane Weaver Association. So we have been existed for many years. Before we came on board, we have been a roadside seller, but the government said that they don't want anything else. Anybody want to operate such thing, you must come under union and register.
From my observation, more elderly weavers were in sight as I pondered on the posterity of this age-long craft.
What exactly does it take to learn this craft? How long would it take an average person to learn how to make something like this?
If you want to learn this work, one thing you need to have is that you have to have patience. This work is not something you can just carry knife and do. You go for process. You got the material which is called cane. And from there, you scrape it. After you scrape it, you tear it. After you tear it, then you now carve it. And this here you are sitting on today now, before we work on it, we have procedure go through before you come like this. We have the framework. After the framework, before you can whip on it. So learning this work is not really a bad thing, and to know this work is not a bad thing. You know, I can tell you today now we are this business. We have many graduates in this business, and those who finish secondary school are here.
Are they
Yes, and some of them can even learn to do this work, and now making their life better by go more further their education more. So we create job opportunity. This job is helping young people who are not lazy.
I was eager to meet the university graduate who came into the business for what he described as a lack of jobs in Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the unemployment rate bedeviling the country as of the third quarter of 2018 stood at 23.1%, hence putting the number of unemployed at 20.9 million.
I'm a graduate from University of Port Harcourt. I
I studied pure and industrial chemistry. I graduated the year 2010, did my NYSC in Boy State, Zia Girls Secondary School in Zangbo. I left the NYSC the year 2014. So, but due to Nigeria and no job creation for we the youth, so we engage ourselves since Nigeria said that everybody should find themselves doing one or two things.
However grateful for the good gift of education, which he said was sponsored by his parents, with hopes of being employed after graduation, he fell back to this craft, which for him portends a means for better livelihood.
So I started doing it right from the year 1990. After my university, since there is no job, I have to fall back to what I know how to do best. So at least I can make money and take care of myself.
He described the various weaving techniques associated with the creation of a variety of cane-woven designs.
As you can see, this one, the cane comes from Delta State. It grows within the riverine areas. There's one that comes from Delta State, Bayelsa State, Rivers State, Edo State, Ondo State, and there are some in Lagos as well. But that in Lagos differs from the one that comes from Delta State. So, but we prefer the ones that come from Benin and Delta State. So that is where we have our suppliers from. So now this one is the cane. It's also the same cane that we use in caning kits in the school. So now for me to use this now, example, if I want to make these chairs now, like this one comprises of two materials. This one, there is the wooden part, which is the frame. Before you make the chair like this, you must make the skeleton, which is the frame, with the wood. Then after the wood, then before you get your cane, then after the cane, you cannot just use the cane like this. If you can see that the color of this one and the color of this one, they are two different colors. Then when I get to this stage, now depends on what I want to use it for. Depends on what I want to do. If I want to do this chair, then definitely I'm to chair this into 4 pieces because I'm to use just the back of it. I won't use the inner of it. But if I want to do another design, maybe something like this, I'm going to use the inner of it and the outside.
While this craft had transcended many generations, I could tell it consumed a lot of production time, which affected the ability to meet up with purchase order demands from customers. For this reason, some of the weavers have employed the use of rattan made from polyester, a more expensive but efficient material imported into the country. Macaulay, however, confirmed my assumptions.
The manual processes delays the production. So, and that's the reason why these days we are now shifting from the cane aspects to the one we call the outdoor, the rattan process, which is now the one that has been done through polyester materials. But meanwhile, it's not being done in Nigeria yet, and it's more expensive compared to that of the cane. Like if you see these two materials now, they are different. This one is the rubber one. This one is made from polyester. Then why this one is a cane. So this one is faster in production compared to this.
While the cane weaving procedure can be done in isolation of things like electricity, the rattan procedure may use an electric-powered compressor or one which makes use of fuel. But due to the inconsistent power supply in the country, weavers such as Macaulay settled for compressors which make use of fuel.
Meanwhile, in doing this, there is no how I can do this without the help of this gun and a compressor. Meanwhile, there is a stapler we put inside. Then with the help of the compressor, see, We use this to staple the rubber to it so that at least it can hold. That of the cane aspect of this craft is already weaving out due to the factor of producing it and getting of materials from the forest. And the forest where they get these canes from these days, like the people that supplies us the cane are complaining that the bush are already being burned. Now people that plant these days are now burning the cane. So before they get to the forest where they will get this cane now, it's very, very difficult for them. So now that's the reason why we try to advance into this new technology that the whites, the Americans, the Japanese, the Chinese, they are already using in their own country. And some Nigerians travel abroad and import this thing into Nigeria. If someone comes to me and said he wants this one, he wants like 15 sets of Dick's Dining within 1 week, I can boldly tell the clients that he's going to pick it up. But that of the cane, even 1 month, it won't be ready due to the process of preparing your materials, getting your frames ready. Like that of the cane, a set of cane chair, please you get it for like 150,000, 170,000. But a set of rattan chair, the least amount you can get is 250,000.
This market right here does have a high level of economic benefit for the country if issues such as financial deficit as well as a restructuring of the business can be done by the government. The weavers remain optimistic about their ability to expand and possibly export their products someday. Edward says financial aid from the government would go a long way.
If government shall now say, I want to give individual 500,000 to start. I tell you, when you invest 500,000 for this business by a year, by the end of the year, you will make a return of even 300,000 on top of that 500, even $1 million. Because during December time, the period of December, when many companies want to do outpass gift, they come here to have a demand of basket, meaning even when you do not have money, you can never meet up there because they will come, they will demand more than you don't even have. So, but you don't have money to do this Dana, you cannot get it. But at that time, the price will even favor you because that time the price will wait up because there will much demand that time. So if the government help us, we give us money, we do this business, we keep them toward December time, we bring them for sale. You know, when you borrow money for back, maybe some all these back microfinance now, you borrow today, tomorrow you are coming to collect the money from you. And this our business does not go like that. You see, we do the business, you give us money, you give us time to work with that money. So by the time maybe 7 months, 8 months, we started to pay. You know, we have produced something that by the time we carry the market where we want to sell, return that money back will not be a problem at all. But when you give me money today, tomorrow you are coming to, you are trying to kill the business man. You are not making my business to this. We are not buying and selling. It's not this buying and selling this thing. So it's something you produce before you can sell.
For Edward, financial aid from the government and a restructuring of their current location to take on a more tourist look would improve the shortfall in supply as well as make them more competitive in the global market, hence giving way to export.
Like this place we come to now, government can come to this place and turn it to tourist center as cane industry. So whereby they build a good structure and whereby people come and make their daily bread, whereby government can get sort of out of it. It's the looks of this our work now. You have to finish them. To export them is another problem because we don't have the financial background to carry this work outside for people to buy. We only look at this rata work now. Before we don't know how to do them. But now we are now named them and we know how to do them. So all those things that we are going for abroad for, we have them. We have the knowledge, the people who are so intelligent to do this craft work here in Nigeria, in this cane industry. It's just what the government should come and ask us, how can we do it? And we tell them the other side of it, where we need their help.
Macaulay was gracious enough to take me around the Cane Village on a tour.
This is dining for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chairs. There's going to be a glass of 10 mm on it, which is this. This is a glass. This glass will be on it. If I'm to produce this one now, to do this one alone, it's going to take me about 1 week to produce just one of this. But if I'm to do it in the rattan, it's going to take me maximum of 2 days. I'm done with it. This one cannot withstand the outdoor. It's not something that can withstand rain. And that one can withstand rain. This one is made with raffia. We'll call this one raffia. This material is short. This material, we get this material from Cotonou. Something like this one now is about 2,000.
And how long would it take you to make it?
This one takes about 1 hour. So that's the reason why during the Xmas period, people don't even do chairs.
Amazing, amazing items. I certainly had fun here, and I did get myself some take home as well. For Plus TV Africa, I am Irene Ubani.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Good evening. This is News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa, and here are the stories making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. President Muhammad Buhari congratulates Folashade Yemi-Esan after the swearing-in as the head of civil service of the Federation held at the Council Chambers, Abuja. The brief ceremony took place at the Executive Council Chambers of the State House. The new head of service spoke after the ceremony, promised to prioritize the training of civil servants. Our appointment was approved by President Buhari last week following the retirement of Winifred Ekanem Oyoita from the Federal Civil Service. A Federal Capital Territory High Court has granted an order of interim injunction stopping Comrade Adams Oshiomhole from parading himself as the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Justice Danlami Senchi, who granted the injunction on Wednesday, said the political parties must be bound by their constitution, and having been suspended by his word, Adams Oshiomhole is restrained from functioning as the national chairman of the party pending the hearing and determination of the substantive suit. The judge fixed hearing for April 7 and 8, 2020. Protesters had been demanding the removal of the party chairman for failing in his duties of providing quality leadership for the party. The Kano State House of Assembly on Wednesday received 2 petitions sent to the House by a civil society organization and individual seeking for the investigation of the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II. The petitions were read by the chairman of the House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs and members representing Somaila constituency, Hamza Masu. The chairman explained that one of the petitions was signed by the chairman of the Society for the Promotion of Education and Culture, Mohammed Bello, while the other was signed by Mohammed Mukhtar Jan Yama. According to the petitions, as presented before the legislators, the emir should be investigated over his nonchalant attitudes, which they allege were against the religion, culture, and traditions of Kano people. Following the presentation of the petitions, the legislators deliberated and ordered the Standing Committee of the House on Complaints and Petitions to commence action. The committee, which the Deputy Speaker of the House, Hamisu Chidari, was co-opted to lead the investigation, was given 1 week within which to present his report to the House. Meanwhile, the Sokoto State Governor and Vice Chairman Nigeria Governors Forum, Aminu Waziri Tambuwa, has appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari to leave a legacy that he will be remembered for and not one of electoral manipulation couched in inconclusive elections, as was witnessed during the 2019 general elections. He made the appeal at the 2019 Silverbird Award, where he emerged as the Silverbird Man of the Year 2019. The event attracted Nigerians from all walks of life.
We need to really look inwards with some introspection and review and strengthen our electoral system, strengthen our institutions. We don't need strong men in power in Nigeria. What we need is a system that works for all, and you cannot have that without institutions that are working. So we really need to respect our institutions. For example, the judiciary. Everybody in Nigeria knows that the judiciary in recent months has been under some tremendous pressure. That is a very obvious fact. We don't need that. What we need is to allow them to do their work and determine each matter on its merit without let or hindrance, without influence of anybody or interference. People who believe in this country and believe that the country can work and who are calling for a new direction for the country, and those who are happy with the situation. These are the two divisions I can see in Nigeria today. And I belong to those who are calling for a new direction of affairs of our country, in economy, in security, in fight against corruption, in good governance and rule of law. I said it's more about institutions, but also you need credible people on the saddle.
The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $7 million, an equivalent of 2.5 billion naira, for information leading to the arrest of Boko Haram leader Abubakar Shekau. The Rewards for Justice program, which is the counterterrorism reward program of the U.S. Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service, said this in a tweet on its official Twitter handle on Tuesday. The United States Department of State offers a reward of up to $7 million for information leading to the arrest of the terrorist Abubakar Shekau, leader of the Boko Haram. Shekau has been the leader of Boko Haram since the extrajudicial killings of its former leader, Mohammed Yusuf, in 2009, the tweet read in part. Residents of Damboa local government area of Borno State were on Wednesday morning caught in a crossfire between the Nigerian army and Boko Haram insurgents. The insurgents attempted to attack a military location in Damboa, shooting sporadically, but were countered by stiff resistance as troops on the ground responded with superior firepower. According to sources, the attack and the exchange of fire caused panic among the civilian populace, leading to injury as some of those who ran were caught up in the crossfire. The exchange lasted for an hour until the insurgents retreated towards the Sambisa forest. Calm has returned to the town. Human Rights Watch on Wednesday accused the Nigerian army of threatening the safety and effectiveness of aid workers in northeast Nigeria. Human Rights Watch said in a statement that aid agencies are unable to respond effectively to the crisis in northeastern Nigeria due to worsening insecurity and stifling operational requirements imposed by military and civilian authorities. Such restrictions give the impression that the organization are not independent, making them vulnerable to attacks by Boko Haram. With 1.8 million people internally displaced and over 7 million people in need of urgent life-saving assistance as a result of a 10-year insurgency by Boko Haram, the humanitarian crisis in northeastern Nigeria's Borno, Adamawa and Yobe State is rated among the world's most severe. However, the group believes the Nigerian army has not been supportive of humanitarian workers in rendering help to those in need. In line with measures to forestall the spread of coronavirus, four Chinese nationals have been quarantined at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. The Chinese are being held in separate facility after they tested negative to the dreaded virus. The yet-to-be-identified Chinese were said to have symptoms of the pneumonia-like disease upon arrival on Tuesday after a spot check at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. They were brought into a holding facility at the teaching hospital around 4:30 p.m. same day, according to Mr. Sulai, a staff of the information unit. They tested negative for the virus but have been quarantined for the next 14 days at a separate facility as a necessary precaution. Mr. Sulai, who refused to give his surname, said Wednesday. The Chief Medical Director, Betsala Ekele, directed questions regarding the development to the focal person's infection prevention control. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, the NSCDC, has said the decision of the House of Representatives to suspend plenary for 2 weeks is needless. Ihekwuazi said shutting down the lower chamber of the National Assembly could cause panic and send the wrong signals to Nigerians. He, however, asked Nigerians to curb the spread of fake news by only sharing information from the official sources. Nigeria recently announced its first confirmed case of coronavirus, an Italian who returned to Nigeria from Milan and has since been placed in isolation. The news generated a lot of reactions from people and different precautions on how to further curb the spread, circulated to ensure everyone is safe. Plus TV Africa went out to the streets of Lagos to see how Nigerians are reacting to the news of the outbreak of the coronavirus.
With the outbreak of coronavirus, which first broke out in Wuhan, China, nations around the world have been thrown into a state of pandemonium, as not only is the rising death toll causing stir, but the economic implications of that as well. And today, we hit the street of Lagos to find out how aware are the people of coronavirus.
Coronavirus is a deadly disease. This disease came from China to this country.
Coronavirus is a deadly virus. Most of people are scared of it and even to prevent it. But in my own case, seeing this coronavirus, I'm seeing it as something that God will surely help us on it.
This coronavirus is a very bad disease where we say if you enter through person, if you keep person in a period of time, you're not going to even reach a day, so if you keep the person.
From the prescription, we have to cover our nose, we have this nose mask and wear gloves, wash your hands often with soap, water, but preferably the sanitizer with alcohol in it.
Though many agree to be abreast of what the virus entails and the means of protecting themselves, some others view the virus as some fictional slam. According to them, the pressures of the nation would give no room for the disease to thrive.
The only thing I understand for coronavirus is coronavirus no fit enter this country. First, the pressure when they for this country yourself, it go make coronavirus die. The heat when they for this country, coronavirus go first do the first shock before I enter this country. Say Nigeria wala yourself, it pass coronavirus wala.
It's a very strange disease. We just all of a sudden we just start to hear about the virus, which I don't know. Some people said that if they manufacture, if they want to invent some vaccines and they want to Africans to buy it, they first of all give us one kind name of a disease so that we will buy their drug. That is all what I know.
In the midst of all this, the price of essential items such as hand gel sanitizers and nose masks have skyrocketed.
Before, we sell them 300, but because of this coronavirus, they'll buy it higher where we buy it. It's just that we sell it wholesale. If you come for here, you can even get it. If you got another place, you can even get it higher. But for here, we'll sell 800.
As Nigeria struggles with this new reality, hopes are rising that there will be an end to this with all the interventions already embarked on by both the federal and the state governments. Ugbome Francis, Plus TV Africa.
And now across the African continent, 4 Burkina Faso soldiers were killed and 8 more wounded when their vehicles hit improvised explosive devices on Tuesday in the restive north of the country, security sources said. Burkina Faso has been battling jihadists in the north as an Islamist militant insurgency that began in Mali spread across the Sahel region. A vehicle with a military unit from Ban hit an explosive device while on an escort mission, a security source said late Wednesday. 4 military were killed in this ambush and another 3 were injured. Another military vehicle that was reinforcing the first unit also hit an explosive device, leaving 5 people injured. Jihadist attack in Burkina Faso, which borders Mali and Niger, have killed around 800 people and forced 800,000 people from their homes since 2015. And up next is our foreign news. The Italian government has decided to close schools and universities across the country until mid-March in a further attempt to contain the worst coronavirus outbreak in Europe. ANSA News Agency reported on Wednesday. The government closed schools and universities in the worst affected regions in northern Italy some 10 days ago and quarantined a handful of towns at the epicenter of the outbreak. However, the contagion has spread with at least 79 people dying and more than 2,500 people infected. Iran's President Hassan Rouhani on Wednesday dismissed a U.S. offer to help the Islamic Republic fight its coronavirus outbreak, charging that vicious American sanctions are depriving the country of medicine. U.S. President Donald Trump has said on Saturday he was ready to aid Iran with the virus outbreak if the Islamic Republic asks for assistance. Iran has scrambled to halt the rapid spread of the virus that has claimed 92 lives out of 2,922 confirmed infections in the past 2 weeks. It has shut schools and universities, suspended major culture and sports events, and cut back on work hours. President Rouhani said in a clear reference to the United States, those who have deprived the people of even medicine and food through sanctions will have done most vicious things. He said the U.S. must first lift sanctions blocking medicine and purchases to prove its honest intent to help. Washington pulled out of a landmark nuclear deal and reimposed crippling sanctions on Tehran in 2018. The news will come back after now, and we'll be up with business news with Irene Obani.
Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed two people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
And in business, South Africa has now fallen into its second recession in 2 years, even as President Cyril Ramaphosa's attempt to revive growth continues. The economy contracted 1.4% in the fourth quarter of 2019, according to official statistics released on Tuesday. Now, this far outpaced analysts' forecasts of a 0.2% decline. The contraction came after a 0.8% drop in economic output during the previous quarter, leading to South Africa's second recession, defined as 2 quarters of negative growth since 2018. I am now joined by Annalisa Tuswo in Cape Town, South Africa. Hello, Annalisa. Now, what's your take on the recently released report indicating that South Africa is in its second recession in 2 years?
I don't think the news of the recession came as a shock for many of us, whether you're an economist or just an average South African. I think we're all aware that the economy didn't do quite well in 2019. I mean, we saw some of the largest industries, including manufacturing, mines, and even just the retail sector, which usually outperforms all the other sectors, especially in the end of the year period, because a lot of people are actually buying stuff online or just doing their Christmas shoppings and even the Black Friday sales. So we are all aware that the 2019 economic year wasn't a great one. However, I have to say we are quite shocked by how large the economy contracted on. I mean, we fell by 1.4%, which is quite a huge number because usually we normally go along with the projections, and Bloomberg, Reuters, and all the other economic sectors had actually predicted a contrast of about 0.5, if not 0.6.
And what should we expect in the coming months?
Economic growth and business investment and opportunities really go hand in hand. So if the economy is not growing, then it means business won't really have consumers. Consumers in the economy won't have enough money to spend, and a business with no consumer means there's not enough profit. So really, I think the outlook for businesses might need to start outlining or just restructuring their production lines. And in terms of the outlook, I think the IMF had predicted had quite not really positive predictions for us, but they had assumed that we are going to grow at least by a percentage. I think after this recession, we really are not going to make it above the percentage. I highly doubt that this year we'll see anything more than 2% growth for the full year, or even just edging closer to the required 4%. And I mean, in order for the economy to grow and create more jobs and better opportunities, South Africa is going to need about 4 to 5% growth, and we're battling now to even just get above 1%.
And how would this affect business growth and projected forecasts for South Africa?
I think the future of SA, especially for 2020, is quite bleak, if I'm being honest. I think we're seeing an unemployment that is edging closer to the 30% mark, which is quite a big number. Economic projections for the rest of the year, I think the Reserve Bank had predicted about 1.2%, and I have a feeling that in 2 weeks' time, when you go into the MPC, they'll downgrade that projection, because also the IMF had predicted about 0.5%.
Thank you, Annalisa, for that. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Ndibanye, ana mekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
In entertainment, the disruption caused by the spread of the coronavirus has reached the British entertainment industry, with the events axed and concerns raised over the timing of the new Bond film, while Disney has cancelled some events planned to promote the European launch of its new channel, Disney+. This is a competitor to Netflix and Amazon Prime, which will show The Mandalorian, which is the latest of the Star Wars movie and TV franchise. Celebrities and executives were due to take to the red carpet in London on Thursday to promote the streaming channel, which becomes available to subscribers in Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain on March 24th. Fans also raised concerns about the timing of the release of the new James Bond film, No Time to Die, which is arguably one of the biggest entertainment events of 2020. Daniel Craig's last act as the famous spy is due for release on the 3rd of April, but a few James Bond fan sites have written to the studios behind film to ask for its release to be delayed over the worries that cinemas will be closed by then. Furthermore, in entertainment, the rock band Genesis have reformed for a tour 13 years after last performing together. Tony Banks, Phil Collins, and Mike Rutherford confirmed the reunion of Zoe Ball's BBC radio show today, Wednesday the 3rd. The trio will be joined on stage by Collins' 18-year-old son, Nicholas, who replaces his father on drums. The original star member suffered from a nerve damage during Genesis' last tour in 2007, which left him unable to perform for an extended period of time. However, speaking on Wednesday today, the musician said his son's live comeback has been a catalyst for the reformation. Their shows will be played in Liverpool, Leeds, Birmingham, Belfast, and Manchester. And that is it on entertainment. The very best in sports coming right after this.
Thank you, Phil Mai, for the entertainment beat. And now in sports, the second leg of the Italian Cup between Juventus and AC Milan, scheduled to hold today, has been postponed following the deadly coronavirus in Italy. The two teams were due to meet at Allianz Arena with a tie at 1-1 draw after Cristiano Ronaldo scored a late penalty for his to rescue his side in the first leg. This came as the Civil Protection Agency revealed that 27 people had died of the illness in Italy in 24 hours, bringing the number of deaths to 79, with the highest recorded cases in Europe coming from Italy, as sports events have been banned in 3 regions of Lombardy, Veneto, and Emilia-Romagna. And that's our news roundup events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. To join us, I am Benny Ark.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Mrs. Ibukun Awosika is a Nigerian business mogul, author and motivational speaker. She was born in Ibadan, capital of Oyo State, and is the third of 7 children. She attended St. Paul's African Church Primary School and Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, and obtained a degree in chemistry from University of Ife. She is an alumni of the Chief Executive Program of Lagos Business School, the Global Executive MBA of IESE Business School, and Global CEO Program of Wharton. Ibukun worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co. during her National Youth Service Corps. She moved on and became the founder and CEO of the Chair Place Group in 2004, a conglomerate which encompasses the Chair Center Limited, Sokwa Chair Center Limited, Furniture Manufacturers Mars Limited, and TCC Systems and Services Limited, specializing in the manufacturing, retail, and bankway security system services. Ibukun serves on a number of corporate and non-profit boards, which include Chairman of First Bank Nigeria Limited, Member of the Board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, and former Chairperson Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service. She chairs the board of After School Graduate Development Center. She is a multiple award-winning entrepreneur and the first Nigerian recipient of the prestigious International Women's Entrepreneurial Challenge Award as a nominee of the United States Department of State in 2008. Ibukun is an author of The Girl Entrepreneur and Business His Way. In her leisure, she loves to watch investigative and legal series. She is married to Abiodun Awosika and they are blessed with 3 sons. And this is The Mogul in 90 seconds.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. Nnọọ.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with
It's something that was foisted on us.
Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed 2 people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Big stories, they've
Hear the stories making the headlines.
Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street. Where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete.
The lowest level you can.
This is Plus TV Africa. The big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
That money we shoot every person that we know can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed me for a long period of time.
Since that time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama. He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
What is the soul of a man?
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and definitely analyze them for you. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I'm here with my very energetic co-anchors, Ife Omai and Beniak.
Oh, you just give me a compliment, just get happy.
Like very energetic, like
yeah, you too.
I'm shutting down, like.
Why are you shutting down?
I don't know, man. I just feel my mind has been working like 24 hours already, but hey, it's all good.
It's all right.
Okay.
We're almost there.
Yeah, almost there, right? to like 8:30.
Oh God.
Okay.
Let's start with Blac Chyna. He claims, she claims, that name China sounds, but yeah. She claims Rob Kardashian is unfit parent because he's too afraid to leave the house. She also cites her ex-fiance's alleged mental health issue and his past suicidal tendencies in response to his lawsuits seeking to gain primary custody of their daughter, Trim. Okay, I don't think I'm even surprised I'm going to fault her for doing this because he started it.
Yeah.
And they went low and she went lower, so I think she's playing the card the way I would play it if I were in her shoes.
Yeah. I remember we talked about this before. And the first time I came and said, they're against Black culture and maybe that's why. But when the topic came out, there was a lot more information that has now been coming out and the lawyers are using more of their real examples, and I'm beginning to think that she actually is unfit, and so is he. That's what I'm beginning to see. The child herself is displaying weird acts. Not only that she was twerking, because I don't think there's anything wrong with the child twerking, but she's also using profanity, which is definitely from the mother's side. But then you have a man that isn't socially equipped to be a father, and a lot about raising children. I'm not a mother, but at least I was raised, Sha. I know that you need to be social. You need to be able to play with friends and go out and have ballet classes. And if this is someone who's really concerned about how he looks, and I know that's not a lie, because I remember even on the show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, they used to talk a lot about how he refused to like even show up on the show because he was very conscious, and he was honest about it. He even replied and said, well, his family grew up on this set and he has too much pressure from the social media. I think and that's why he doesn't want to come out. But do you think that that's enough for a child though? Like, would a child not need to go out despite the fact that you are overweight?
No, I get what you're saying, but the example of him not wanting to show up on TV on a reality show, I think that is totally understandable.
But for his child to be able to socialize is another thing.
I feel for Rob because I'm a huge fan. Well, I used to be a huge fan of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and I can actually start Rob's story from the beginning to where he is right now. Rob, it will amaze you that in the midst of that influence and affluence his family seems to command and have, he has a very poor self-image about himself. Yeah. All right, so the weight thing started after, I'm trying to remember his girlfriend's name.
The girl on The Real Now.
On The Real Now, after she broke up with him.
Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian. That affected his esteem greatly. He went from like this to like this. He never recovered. I don't think he's recovered. Then sitting back, always at home, eating, getting fat. Now that became the biggest issue for him. Why at some point on the show, they were not showing him any longer. He couldn't keep up with it any longer. You know, but for Blac Chyna coming out to say because he suffers depression and he doesn't go out, and for that reason he wouldn't be able to take care of Dream, I pretty much don't agree with that. Because at the end of the day, kids, all you have to do, put kids in school, have somebody look after them properly.
Don't forget.
No,
don't forget
there's
what
a role
they're
of
fighting
parents.
for now.
Don't worry.
No, hold on. You know they already had the shared parenting system, right?
Now they want sole custody. Now it's sole
they are
custody.
fighting for sole custody.
Now this
so what she's
said something very, very pivotal.
She's saying that the child has to go out. The child has to mingle. And sometimes you as a parent, you have to show up. You cannot just say, "Oh, nanny, take the child."
Now hold up. Rob did also say that was then in a statement that all of that happened because yes, he did agree to the fact that he did suffer depression. He didn't want to be seen outside because he was dealing with a whole lot of personal issues.
He was or he is?
Well, he said the statement said he was. You know, so I wouldn't want to say because of that. I wouldn't want to say because of that. Blac Chyna has a point there to say, you know what, he
well, then you can say the same thing for her too, that she was then.
Then again,
it's a battle. Everything comes to play.
Do you want to know my stance on this? I feel women own children. That's my honest stand about this, that children belong to women. But at the end of the day, look at what the Dream is beginning to do. She says she doesn't have a problem with the baby twerking. I do. You know, and then she's using profanity. The F word, cussing. Already the child is getting influenced. Who? The mother. So how much of a good influence is she going to be in the child?
What
the child's life? For Rob now, the only issue is he doesn't socialize. He doesn't go out.
It's not the only issue. What you're arguing is bad influence and no influence. That's what you're arguing.
No, not necessarily. I don't think
he's
Rob
not
would.
present.
I don't think
all
Rob
the
would
pictures
be
are
no
with
influence.
Like,
I don't think Rob will be no influence. At the end of the day, I mean, like I rightly said, the woman owns the child. She sees
and he wants to go give Dream to his Kardashian sisters. That's what he wants to. That's his plan. To go give it to Khloe.
You can't say for sure though.
Well, he keeps bringing Khloe into all the things. Khloe's the one speaking to.
But we'll never know until if he wins sole custody. Listen, if we win.
You've been watching this guy for a long time.
So
let's
but at the end of the day,
look at it.
No, if I try to look at it, I can draw other lines. Scott is so much involved in his kid's life as much as I feel. And what's her name?
Courtney.
Courtney comes off like a very sad person. You know, Scott does his best to be part of the kid's life. At some point, we're not talking about the Kardashians now. Scott really wanted to get married, but Courtney was not interested in the whole marriage thing. You know, so again, if you say he's just going to drop Dream at the Kardashians, not necessarily true. He has access to his sister's or his mother's home. He can always be there.
Kardashians.
But I'm just saying at the end of the day, Dream is already getting influenced, whether we like it or not. But at the end of the day,
you don't think she's going to pick up things that are negative from the Kardashians as well? And
nobody
it's
is
not
given,
what moral
man.
standard is
It's a
twerking a
given.
bad thing?
It's a given.
For a child that's just like playing around. She's not saying she wants to be a stripper. And even if she says she wants to be a stripper, what is wrong with that? It is a legal practice.
She's not of that age to make
Exactly
that.
why twerking is
so
such a
what she's
problem.
doing, what she's doing, it's observation. What she's
You don't think she's
going
going to copy the Kardashians and start painting her face or doing whatever they're doing?
But
like,
she's not going to stay with the Kardashians. She's going to be with her father if he gets the sole custody.
And they never leave the house because he's too bothered about taking
There's something
pictures.
you said I'm going to agree with,
bad.
though. You said, they're both bad influences.
Yeah.
So now it's going left to the court to decide who they feel
Let's see what
will
happens.
wield a better influence.
She give it to
in the
Chris.
life of
Chris
the
is a
Dream.
good manager. Chris
it.
would be a good mother.
Which is why Rob should have Dream. Because she will definitely be passed on to Chris.
I think she should still have sole custody. The mother should, but then she should also be able to interact more with that family.
I think they should have shared custody.
Like they already have now.
Fine, yeah. So
but now,
which
Rob's
is why I have a problem
Rob's
with
concern
Rob
is
because he's the one bringing up this whole issue.
Well, to be
again.
honest with you, he's bringing some heavy issues
and
about
also,
the mother.
I've been an
alcohol
alcoholic.
problems, throwing knives at people. Like it's a big
issue.
Yeah, it's a big issue.
They've come out to say it is not true.
Who the
sources and the documents?
But Black
really
China come out
had
and say it's
nothing.
true.
He really had
Black
nothing
China
to
was
back
hardly
it
was
up
hardly 2 days.
legally.
Me, I have seen the ending of
this matter.
No, Rob
okay.
and China's season. The reality show that they
had their own reality show, and I never kept up with that.
She is mad aggressive. I'm not gonna lie.
Exactly. Okay. I was just gonna say, you were saying she was only 2 days old in Nigeria. She already wished that she caused trouble somewhere.
She's a fighter. Yeah.
And mom is even worse.
But he saw that before they,
exactly.
came together and produced the lovely baby.
Well, is her
I feel for Rob. He's there with a whole lot.
I feel for China as well.
I feel for Rob.
Okay, we feel for them. We have to move on without feelings. Michael Jackson's younger son, Blanket, buys $2.6 million house in Calabasas, California, days after his 18th birthday. The home is located in one of the area's many gated communities, which is patrolled by guards 24/7. His new estate has almost 6,400 square feet of living space, complete with 6 bedrooms and 7.5.
Let me help people break it down for those who don't know how much the amount is in Naira. 2.6. As a Saturday, the dollar was 360 Naira to the Naira was 306 to the dollar. That's almost 1 billion Naira, 936 million Naira.
And like the blogs put it, that's his way of getting into adulthood. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, this is it, man. We all get into adulthood differently.
This
is such a great way to get into adulthood.
It's a fantastic way to get. When I was reading the story, I was just like, why did Michael Jackson give birth to me? I was just on the
But
screen,
again,
like,
people would say, hey, he's a son to a legendary pop icon. I mean, Michael Jackson's estate.
Motivational speakers will tell you, we both
but don't forget that he has his
hours.
struggles as well.
Of course.
There's an advantage
I don't mind
to being
struggling in a fancy house. Let me not lie to you. We're all struggling.
I'm sorry, man.
Just sprinkle that nice house all over it. That'll be great.
But again, it's 18. I mean, hey, it's young. That's an eligible age in America. And so I'm just hoping at the end of the day he's able to keep up with dates and I hope he has a good head on his shoulders.
What I hope for him really with this house is that as beautiful as it is filled with love, warmth, real people who actually love him.
How many people?
It's a big house. And what he's going to do alone? He's just 18.
Away from drooling over the house and the fact that he has access to this kind of finance, I don't think he needs this kind of house.
18,
I'm sorry.
you know
I don't think so. I might be talking from the
family,
overly Nigerian perspective, but I don't think he needs it.
He will have his friends, his
wow.
girlfriends,
So
his aunties,
this is what pushes them to party all weekend and then get into drugs and then get into trouble.
Well, I mean, he hasn't really had that history yet. And I'm not saying that he would. But like I said, I'm hoping that he has guidance. He must have had guidance to still be able to, at least I'm hoping that he has had guidance to make this type of decision.
Talking about him, where's Paris? Where's Paris? Nobody's here. I don't know where Paris is.
And that's a good thing, the fact that we're not hearing about these kids as much. It gives me hope. I think they have adult guidance and good guidance. So I'm hoping he fills his house with love and he grows into a fine man, does better in the places that his father couldn't, and lives his own life freely.
Okay. In case he needs someone to fill up the house, we can.
Hi, hello, my name is Ifeanyi.
Okay, it's time for a quick break. But when we return, there's definitely so much more to discuss.
Hello, beautiful people. I go by the name Black Bassi, and I am an actor and a musician. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say, it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all.
We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Hi guys, my name is Yetunde Bakari. I'm an actress and a movie producer. I just want to tell you to keep watching Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. If you get here or if you got here without them, you don't need them to get there. And this is coming from Naira Marley. Okay, I'll keep my opinions to myself and move over to the corporate Malian.
You're only Malian on this
That's what I'm going to say, right? I mean, Naira Marley can just never do wrong by me. You know, I mean, I'm just saying, it's a matter of personal opinion. And he couldn't have said it better. You know, sometimes I feel we get too modest trying to give people accolades that shouldn't be getting an accolade when it comes to our successes in life. And sometimes we actually forget the me factor. Knowing that at the end of the day, if you didn't make some moves, some people will not even believe in you. Like in the life of me, while I'm grateful to all the platforms that have given me the opportunity to showcase my creativity and talent. But besides that, I mean, I can't point to any hand and say, you know, you grew me along the way, you helped me along the way, you trained me, you told me things to do. Nobody, you know, like you learned the hard way, you learned to the job, you made your mistakes, you owned your L's, and then you moved on with it. And so to me, I totally agree with what he said. And at the end of the day, success, as they say, has so many friends. You begin to succeed, everybody wants to identify with him. We know him, he's ours. But the truth is, if I got here without you, I really don't need you.
Tell him.
So let's just stay where we are. I don't need you. Not that I hate you, but I go here without you, so I'm fine without you where I am right now.
Let's just focus on where we're getting to first of all. Where are we getting? Because
we're on Tea Time farm.
Like
Tea Time right here. So I'm fine. I'm fine right here.
Let's be clear where we have gotten. That's what I can say from this. Naira Marley can say that because he has gotten to Naira Marley. But I'm seeing some people who are like, honey, just calm down. You need network, you need people. You haven't really gotten there.
But the milestones.
Don't misunderstand Naira Marley. Yeah. I'm sure there are people in his life that have helped him get to where he is now.
Of course.
So he is basically saying
those.
I understand what he's saying. Yeah. I'm saying us, the receiver.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about. That's why I said I started with Naira Marley. Knows what he's saying.
Us, them, Marians.
I'm saying the fans should tread careful with what he's saying because
and how they apply it.
Yes, because we haven't.
They haven't.
You don't want to get too pompous with the idea that you're an island because you're not.
No one is.
And
even Naira Marley isn't.
Exactly. So you need there is a platform that you need to.
Yeah. You know that word is really overrated, that no man is an island on its own. Because at the end of the day, if you have nothing to show people, exactly, nobody's going to come close to you. They associate because they feel there's value you have.
Yeah, but at the same time,
nobody will get close to.
Even you will not associate with a person who brings nothing to the table, like
Definitely.
absolutely nothing. So I think that's how the world works.
It does,
and if you want anyone to be able to groom you, think about you when an opportunity is coming up, then you have to have proven that you are worth the benefit of doubt.
Right.
At least that's the least anybody can give to you. So no man is an island. I don't think it is exaggerated. I think it works.
It's over-exaggerated.
But you have to also...
Because you walk.
Yes. Why you have to work in your farm, in your corner, facing the wall? Are you not going to interact with people? Are you not going to
interact with people based on what value you bring into the table?
Yeah, but you have to bring it. The table isn't just you on it. It's with people.
No, at the beginning, the table is just you. At the beginning, it's the table and how you want to set out that table.
And then you have to choose the people that comes into
on that table.
Basically on your island.
Yeah. But in his words, it's true. I know a lot of people, especially if you have a success story, you always find the people that have believed in you and the ones who didn't. And it's always the people, for me in my life, I feel like the ones who haven't are the ones I most expected to. Like I was thinking this person would definitely have my back, but they don't. And they don't believe in my cause. So I'm going to remember that when I blow, because I haven't even started, guys. Don't come for me. So I'm even, you know, when I really blow, like I know the people I'm going to think about in my mind, like, oh, you were not there when I needed you. You were not there to, you know, either guide me in whatever way that it is I was looking for support.
You're not there to retweet my tweets.
Like my pictures, I'm kidding. But like, no, deeper support really. So I understand where he's coming from, and it's good to remember that. I find that some people actually do forget it. I'm a people's person, like I always say, and I don't hold things dearly. And growing up, I remember I would like, forget that they have hurt me and then take them back in, and then you get burnt again and again. So it's a good advice to remember that.
Are you a Pisces?
No, I'm an Aries.
Oh, you're an Aries. We're so close like that. I mean,
We're hotheads.
But that, I mean, you know.
So yeah, it's good to remember. Just focus on the people that actually matter and sieve out the crowd.
And I'm just going to say to people out there, where you have the platform of opportunity to help people, always try to listen to people. Try to hear them out and see what way you can actually contribute. It's not always financial. It could just be that listening ear. I know a lot of people, a lot of artists who have been torn down today. If I mention 1, 2, 3 names, you wouldn't believe they went through what they went through. But at the point they were trying to, you know what, I can do this. Timaya is one of those people. Timaya was not accepted.
It's part of their process.
Don't you get it?
And he's put all that
so
into his
Timaya should come out and say
right
now, you know what, I mean, hey, if you were not there for me when I was going through my process.
And hard feelings. I don't think everybody can help you. I don't think I can help everyone.
Critically.
I'm not going to believe in everybody. That's not
critical.
true. So I think it's fine. Just know your circle. Know who's for you. Everyone has their own crowd. Like I know people say that all the time. Like especially with content creation. Like not everyone's going to like your content, but you would find that target audience that just digs it. So even in real life, just do that and stick to that.
And even if you're like Omai, who is soft and forget, I think it is important to remember.
I don't forget.
And create a boundary.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
very important.
Be mean or actually wrong, but
it's very important.
you need to be able to set the boundary to say, no, you're supposed to be here, not on this side.
Yeah, because what happens with Adomai, if you don't set those boundaries, they always feel they can do it again and again.
Of course,
and again.
And that's why I mentioned,
again.
like, I felt like I was getting bitten, like, I was learning the same story over and over. So at some point, you have to put those boundaries in there. And the same thing goes back to even Michael Jackson's story, where you need people around you. Michael Jackson's story, where you need people around you that really have got your back.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's how we end up this tea time, right? Thank you for watching. And remember, you can watch this conversation by visiting our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Also TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you, as always, will go to my co-anchors, Benny Ak and Ife Omai, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching. My name is Elsie Godwin. Have yourselves a great day.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Jide Awobono. I'm an actor. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Take care.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed 2 people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Ndị be anyị, ana m ekene unu. None.
The moment he came with that message of you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%, that was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street, where the
fire destroyed our transformer complete as well. The lowest level that you can.
Plus TV Africa, the big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Achowe salutations and take join us on Top News on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this is not the reason where they make headlines. My name is Destiny Momo. President Muhammadu Buhari don't congratulate Folasade Yemi Issa after the swearing in as the head of a civil service for the Federation and we shell for the council chambers inside Abuja. The brief ceremony shell for the Executive Council chamber for the State House and the new head of a service yarn after the ceremony and promised to take serious the training for civil servants. Her appointment had been there approved by President Buhari last week in sake of the retirement of Winifred Kanem Oyo Ita from the Federal Civil Service. And the Federal Capital Territory High Court, they don't grant one order of interim injunction and where they stop Comrade Adams Oshiomhole making no parade himself as the national chairman for the All Progressive Congress, APC. Justice Dan Lami Sentry we grant the injunction on Wednesday. He has said political parties must be bound by their constitution as in word they don't suspend them. Say Adams Oshiomhole they restrained to take a function as the national chairman for the party pending the hearing and determination for the substantive suit. The judge don't fix the hearing for April 7, they go reach 8, 2020, and protesters they don't demand the remove for the party chairman as he failed for his duties to provide quality leadership for the party. And the Kano State House of Assembly on Wednesday called 2 petition where then sent to the House from one civil society organization and individual where they find way for the investigator for the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II. The petitions have been read by Chairman of the House Committee for Local Government plus Chieftaincy Affairs and a member where they represent Sumaila constituency, Hamza Masu. The Chairman explains say one of the petitions being signed by the Chairman of a Society for the Promotion of Education and Culture, Mohammed Bello, and while the other one will be signed by Mohammed Mukhtar Jain Yama. And according by the petitions, as then take a present them before the legislatures, the Emir supposedly investigated on top in careless attitude and we then claim say they against the religion, culture plus traditions of Kano people. And sake of the presentative for the petition, and the legislators deliberated and they can order the standing committee for the House on top of complaint and petitions to take a commence action. The committee where the Deputy Speaker of the House, Hamisu Chidari, been the co-opt to take a lead in the investigate. It then give them 1 week within which they will take a presentate their report to the House. And Sokoto State House and Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, Aminu Waziri Tambuwa don't appeal to President Muhammadu Buhari to leave a legacy where they remembered for. And not be electoral manipulated where they couch the inside the inconclusive election as they take a witness and during by the 2019 general election. And they make the appeal for the 2019 Silverbird Award where he boss out as the Silverbird Man of the Year 2019. And the event is still attracting Nigerian people from all walks of life.
We need to really look inwards with some introspection and review and strengthen our electoral system, strengthen our institutions. We don't need strong men in power in Nigeria. What we need is a system that works for all, and you cannot have that without institutions that are working. So we really need to respect our institutions. For example, the judiciary. Everybody in Nigeria knows that the judiciary in recent months has been under some tremendous pressure. That is a very obvious fact. We don't need that. What we need is to allow them to do their work and determine each matter on its merit without let or hindrance, without influence of anybody or interference. People who believe in this country and believe that the country can work and who are calling for a new direction for the country, and those who are happy with the situation. These are the two divisions I can see in Nigeria today. And I belong to those who are calling for a new direction of affairs of our country, in economy, in security, in fight against corruption, in good governance and rule of law. I said it's more about institutions, but also you need credible people on the saddle of leadership.
The United States Department of State, they give one reward for up to $7 million and when it be like the 2.5 billion naira for informative when it could make them fit back onto the arrest of a Boko Haram Oga Abubakar Shekau. The reward for justice program and when it be the counter-terrorism reward program for the U.S. Department of State Diplomatic Security Service and talk this one for one tweet for their official Twitter handle on Tuesday. The United States Department of State said they go give up to $7 million for informative when it could make them fit Kolobi terrorist Abubakar Shekau and when he be the Oga for Boko Haram. The tweet he read for part say Shekau don't be Oga of Boko Haram since then kill him before Oga Mohammed Yusuf during by 2009. And residents for Damboa local government area of Borno State have been on Wednesday morning enter crossfire between the Nigerian Army and Boko Haram insurgents. The insurgents they attempt to attack one military location inside the Damboa and been they shoot anyhow but then been they countered with stiff resistance as sake of troops for the ground they respond with a superior better gun. And according by sources, the attack plus exchange of fire it caused panic among the civilian population, we cause wounded as some of those we run been catch them inside the crossfire. The exchange lasted for 1 hour until the insurgents they call retreat towards the Sambisa forest can calm down to return to the town. And Human Rights Watch during by Wednesday, they don't accuse the Nigerian Army, say they threaten the safety plus the effectiveness for aid workers inside the northeast of Nigeria. And Human Rights Watch yarn inside statement say aid agencies they unable to respond effectively to the crisis inside the northeastern of Nigeria due to the worsening insecurity plus a stifling operational requirements where they impose by military to civilian authorities. And that kind of restrictions they give the impression where the organization know the independent to make them vulnerable to attack from Boko Haram. And with 1.8 million people where they internally displaced, plus over 7 million people inside need for urgent life-saving assistance as a result of a 10-year insurgency for Boko Haram. The humanitarian crisis inside the northeastern of Nigeria, Borno, Adamawa plus Yobe states, they rated among the world's most severe. Even self and the group still believe, say the Nigerian Army, they know they supportive for humanitarian workers to give help to those where they very, very in need. In line with measures to take for stop the spread for coronavirus, 4 Chinese nationals don't they quarantined for the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. And then they hold the Chinese for separate facility after they test negative to the dreaded virus. The yet to be identified Chinese where then say get symptoms for the pneumonia like disease upon arrival on Tuesday after one spot to check for the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport inside Abuja, and then carry them enter one holding facility for the teaching hospital around 4:30 p.m. Same day, according by Mr. Sule, will be staff for the information unit. And then tested negative for the virus, but then they quarantined for the next 14 days for one separate facility as a necessary precaution. Mr. Sule will not agree to give his son name on Wednesday. And the Chief Medical Director, Bisala Ekele, direct questions regarding the development to the focal persons for infection prevention control. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control don't say the disease of the House of Representatives to suspend plenary for 2 weeks. He no get a need. Ehekwazu say to shut down the lower chamber for the National Assembly if it cause a panic plus send the wrong signal to Nigeria people. He can yarn Nigeria people, make them know they spread fake news and make them only share information from the official source. Nigeria recently announced their first confirmed case for coronavirus. It will be Italian will return into Obodo Nigeria from Milan, and since they don't place them inside isolation. The news has been generated plenty reaction from people and different precautions on top of how to stop the spread we don't they circulated to make sure say everybody they casually safe. Plus TV Africa been go outside the streets of Lagos to see how Nigerians they react to the news for the outbreak for the coronavirus.
As this coronavirus we first start for Wuhan inside China, they waka like say na matan fire. Now so nations they run up and down with their hand for head. Sake of say, no be only the people we don't die, they make hearts shake, but the economic katakata as well. Make it for no loss. Now so we fall in the street of Lagos to see whether people really know what's in the shop.
Coronavirus is a deadly disease. This disease came from China to this country.
Coronavirus is a deadly virus. Most of people are scared of it and even to prevent it. But in my own case, seeing this coronavirus, I'm seeing it as something that God will surely help us on it.
This coronavirus is a very bad disease. Where we say if you enter through person, if you keep person in a period of time, you don't even reach a day, so if you keep the person.
From the prescription, we have to cover our nose. As part, we have this nose mask and wear gloves. Wash your hands often with soap, water, but preferably the sanitizer with alcohol in it.
Sake of say many claim to know of the virus and how to protect themselves. Some again see the matter as another lie story. And as them yarn, the suffer head where they fool this nation no go even give the disease breathing space to survive.
The only thing I understand for coronavirus is coronavirus no fit enter this country. First, the pressure when they for this country yourself, it go make coronavirus die. The heat when they for this country, coronavirus go first do the first shock before he enter this country. Say Nigeria wala yourself. It pass coronavirus wala.
It's a very strange disease. We just all of a sudden we just start to hear about the virus, which I don't know. Some people said that if they manufacture, if they want to invent some vaccines and they want Africans to buy it, they first of all give us one kind name of a disease so that we will buy their drug. That is all what I know.
As it is hot, now so the prices of these ogbonge products like hand gel sanitizers and nose masks don't shoot up.
Before, we sell them 300, but because of this coronavirus, they'll buy it higher where we'll buy it. It's just that we'll sell it wholesale. If you come for here, you can even get it. If you got another place, you can even get it for higher. But for here, we'll sell 800.
Sake of say Nigeria they struggle with this palava. Hope still dig gidigba. Say the virus go choke for neck as our government don't put hands together with senior men for state level to put their leg inside one trouser with this virus. Nagbome Francis De Yan for Plus TV Africa.
And the Save the Children International inside the collabo with United Kingdom Agency for International Development, or UKA, they say every done ready to take a start the second phase for their Child Developer Grant Program. The initiative where then launched inside Zamfara and Jigawa State about 60 years, and when it don't pass, now to take a reduce widespread poverty, hunger plus malnutrition among the pregnant and mothers when then they give breast to pikins. Our talk person, Amadine Uyi, he gets the yarn.
The Child Development Grant Program was launched in the year 2013 as an unconditional cash transfer program. The 6-year-long social protection program, which was implemented by the Save the Children International in both Zamfara and Jigawa states, ended in 2019 and was sponsored by the United Kingdom's Department for International Development, DFID. Assessing the program after completion of its first phase in 2019, findings show an improvement in the standard of living of beneficiaries.
The aim of the program was to ensure that women, very poor and vulnerable women, have monthly stipends of 4,000 naira to contribute to the nutritional value of the family. The program entirely had about 12 billion naira that was expended, and it reached over 100,000 beneficiaries directly.
However, the project wasn't without its own share of challenges.
Some of the challenges of the monitoring that were discovered during the monitoring program on the field was just the distance in terms of the location. Other challenges include security. Other challenges include payment for the beneficiaries in terms of liquidity, getting cash from the bank to the community. We had what we call the inclusion error and the exclusion error, whereby a beneficiary try to get into the program even when they are not eligible to be part of the system. Like those women who are not pregnant and they are trying to shortcut the system and then get themselves into the system. And also we also have the cross-border issue, whereby women from other communities who are not eligible to be part of the program find themselves, due to one reason or the other, be able to find themselves into the program.
With the success recorded in the first phase of the project, the Save the Children International says preparations are now in top gear for the commencement of the project's second phase. With this in mind, the Save the Children International commenced its social protection training for civil society organizations as well as media practitioners.
The program is focused on supporting policies, ensuring that we have the right policies in place, ensuring that we have the right systems and structures in place to implement social protection program, ensuring that the civil society are able to participate effectively to hold government officials to account.
The essence of this exercise is to enlighten the CSOs and also the media about the social protection plan, and also to give them a broader overview of the steps taken and decision making of all this plan for the government, and also the media to be aware of what is happening and how it's been designed and how it's been implemented.
Participants said the training, which held in Kaduna, the Kaduna state capital, has been of immense benefit. Some of them shared major takeaways from the week-long training.
This training has exposed us, especially myself, to a lot of issues, and there are various areas that civil society organizations can key in to support government, and so that they can make the program more, visible everywhere you go across the country.
The major takeaway is that social protection is all-inclusive. All-inclusive in the sense that irrespective of tribe, religion, sex, or whatever, so long as an individual qualifies for intervention, he gets it.
Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
We will come back now after this small break. And inside African news, Egypt don't decide to stop the entry for Qatari nationals, including those who got a valid residency inside Egypt, on top of fear for the coronavirus. The cabinet yarned this one during by Wednesday. And the measure could take effect from March 6 until further notice. Qatar been done during by Sunday due by forced temporary restriction for entry to their territory for visitors from Egypt via intermediate point sake of the virus spread. 4 Burkina Faso soldiers have been killed and 8 more wounded when their vehicles hit improvised explosive device on Tuesday inside the restive north for the country, and security sources in Ayan this Yan. Burkina Faso done the battle jihadists inside the north sake of Islamist militant insurgency which starts inside Mali spread across the Sahel region. One vehicle with military unity from Ban hit one explosive device and while them been there on escort mission, and one security source Yan late Wednesday about this matter. And 4 military been there killed inside the ambush and another 3 wounded. Another military vehicle where they reinforced the first unit is still hit one explosive device and we still leave 5 people wounded. Jihadists attack inside Burkina Faso where border Mali and Niger don't kill around 800 people and the first 800,000 from their house since 2015. And information when they come next now, Obodo Ibo Tori. Will they come back now? And inside Obodo Ibo Tori, the Italian government don't agree to close schools and universities across the country and until mid-March so that they then go try to contain the worst coronavirus outbreak inside Europe. ANSA news agency reported this one during by Wednesday, and the government closed schools and universities for the worst affected regions inside the north Italy some 10 days ago, and then quarantined one handful of towns for the epicenter for the outbreak. Even self, the contagion don't spread with at least 79 people and with they die and more than 2,500 people with the infected. Iran President Hassan Rouhani during by Wednesday don't dismiss the U.S. offer to take a help the Islamic Republic their coronavirus outbreak. The charges say vicious American sanctions they deprive the country of medicine. And U.S. President Donald Trump during by Saturday say they ready to aid Iran and with the virus outbreak if the Islamic Republic asks them for assistance. Iran don't scramble to stop the rapid spread for the virus. We don't claim 92 lives out of 2,922 confirmed infection inside the past 2 weeks. And it don't shut schools and universities, suspending major cultural plus sporting events and still cuts back for work hours. President Rouhani Yan say inside a clear reference to the United States, say those who don't get deprive the people of even medicine and food through sanctions, and we don't do the most vicious things. And in Yan said the U.S. must first life sanctions where they block medicine purchase to prove their honest intent to help. Washington then pulled out of a landmark nuclear deal and they can impose crippling sanctions for Tehran inside 2018. And plus Saudi Arabia on Wednesday, they don't suspend the year-round Umrah pilgrimage to the holy cities for Mecca and Medina sake of coronavirus fear. The Interior Ministry yarn inside statement where they carried by the official Saudi press agency said the Gulf state don't decide to suspend Umrah temporarily for citizens and residents for the kingdom. They decided shortly after Saudi Arabia last week been suspended visa for the pilgrimage and embarked citizens from the Six-Nation Gulf Cooperation Council say make them no enter two of Islam's holiest city. And if I may, where they come next, now our business story. Will they come back now?
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
And inside business, Brent oil price is steady on Wednesday and when it pair for early gains as markets access a weather deeper output caught when major producers do go day enough to offset the impact for the coronavirus outbreak. Brent crude day down by 1 cent for $51.85 per barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate day up by 8 cents for $47.26 per barrel. The contract don't gain 98 cents early for the section, and Saudi Arabia and other OPEC members go need to talk to Russia on Wednesday to join them for big additional oil output to court to take a ginger their price and when it don't fall and sake of the coronavirus outbreak. And still for front on Top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on top of entertainment, the sports news. Will they come back now? And inside entertainment, the disruption where they caused by the spread for the coronavirus, it don't reach British entertainment industry with events where they ask plus a concern where they raise the sake of the timing for the new Bond film. Walt Disney don't cancel some events where they planned to promote the European launch for the new channel Disney, and will be competitor to Netflix and Amazon Prime, and we could show the Mandalorian and the latest for the Star Wars movie and TV franchise. Celebrities plus executives and they due to take the red carpet inside London on Thursday to promote the streaming channel where don't become available to subscribers inside Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain for March 24th. France still raised concern about the timing for the release for the new James Bond film, and No Time to Die, and will be arguably one of the biggest entertainment events for 2020. Daniel Craig last act as the famous spy debut for the release for the 3rd of April, but two James Bond fan sites don't write to the studios behind the film to ask for the release today delayed the sake of worry, say cinema fit day closed by then. And as so we take end entertainment news, the very best on Top Sports, they come now. And inside sports, as we take a look forward to the 2020 Formula One season, and 7 of the 10 car companies then don't formally took mouth for the handling for Ferrari engine palaver last year. Last week, a governing body, when it be the FIA, say they reach one settlement with Ferrari after they touchlight their engine. Ferrari rivals don't give some talk as they say they no agree for the confidential deal. And then say they go pursue full and proper disclosure and reserve the right to look for legal touchlighting. And that now a news roundup for events for during by this very hour. For more news updates, I beg follow us at Plus TV Africa on top Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And it will make a bonga sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And we go come back later with more to reason where they make a background headlines. On a well done. My name is Destiny Momo.
The world's most important resource, a given for many regions, but experts warn 2/3 of the global population could face water shortages in the next 5 years. Like so often in life, you only notice something when it starts becoming scarce. And by that time, it's often too late. It's no longer as easy as turning on a tap for more and more people. Water, our most precious resource. Welcome to MADE. There's a reason Earth is known as the blue planet. The majority of the globe is covered by water. Of course, around 97% of it is salt water. A mere 2.5% is fresh water. But much of that is locked away in ice, soil, and the atmosphere. Plenty more of it is highly polluted or too deep underground to be extracted at an affordable cost. Just 0.5% of all water is readily accessible from lakes, rivers, and aquifers. Water scarcity. It's one of the most serious risks we face, and the problem is growing.
New deserts are emerging.
Forests are drying up, and we're still wasting water. The regions marked here in dark red are places where water is extremely scarce and sources are drying up. Pale red and orange indicate areas where water scarcity is only slightly less critical. Delhi in India, the southern part of the city. Water tankers supply poor neighborhoods, but only come once a week.
Water is so scarce. Some mornings there are so many people you would think there's a fair on. Everyone is struggling to fill cans. There are arguments, fights, even accidents. Water is our biggest problem. We wish they would fix taps in all of our houses, just like they've installed electricity lines.
Delhi's main water supply is the Yamuna River, but there hasn't been enough rainfall, so its water level is low.
The biggest problem in Delhi today is the availability of clean water. A lot of work has gone into cleaning efforts, etc. But there is an urgent need to address the issue of making more water available. Urbanization is taking place rapidly, and with it, the demand for water is rising just as fast.
In Germany, water is also becoming an issue. US-based electric car manufacturer Tesla is planning to build its European factory in Brandenburg, outside Berlin. Once it's operational, it will consume millions of liters of water every day. Water levels in this nearby lake have already sunk due to a series of hot, dry summers. The water at this point in the lake used to reach Jens Mader's waist. He grew up here on Lake Straußsee. The prospect of the new Tesla factory worries him.
We have to assume that climate change will continue and that there will be less rainfall and increased evaporation. If there's a vast amount of water consumption on top of that, the water level will continue to fall as it has done in recent years. It's likely to drop another few meters. The ferry will no longer run then. No one will be able to swim in the lake, and bird breeding grounds will be destroyed.
In the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, there's concern about the drinking water supply at the Gilsenwasser waterworks.
The situation is fraught. We're seeing some of the lowest water levels since records began, the result of the past 3 dry summers. There's a slight improvement underway, but the rain from the past 2 months isn't enough. There needs to be a lot more rain.
Water is all part of the fun for tourists on the island of Bali. And as tourism grows, so too does water consumption. Bali residents are getting worried about their drinking water supplies.
So because there's a shortage of sweet water, we need to keep that within our system. We need to keep it on the island. We need to retain it, push it into the ground, and use it here where we need it the most.
Bali's villagers have to travel long distances to get fresh water. The next clean water is an hour walk from where this woman lives. Around the world, 2 billion people face huge problems when it comes to access to clean water.
Every morning I go out to fetch water. For drinking water at home, I fill up a large container. I always bring the dirty clothes to the water and wash them. Every day it's like that. If I have enough time, I go to the water source several times a day to fetch water back home.
What would global solutions look like? One key aspect is utilizing wastewater. It's rarely treated in India, but recycling it could ease demands. The Absolute Water startup came up with an organic innovation, filtering sewage water through plant matter and sand. In their system, worms break down any toxins in the water, digesting them into harmless components and converting sewage into drinking water.
The most important thing is the operational cost, which currently in the market we are the cheapest. We are 1/8 of that of the conventional STPs. Being green, we are not subject to very heavy equipment. So therefore, our electricity cost consumption is the lowest. So all in all, it's a full sustainable green system, and it is constantly cyclical, as I call it.
A big rethink is already underway in Germany as well, where farmers are turning to crops which need little water. Researchers say climate change could make the long, hot, and very dry summers of recent years a permanent fixture. That could lead to conflicting demands on water distribution. The Farmers Association is already highlighting potential flashpoints.
Obviously, competition for water will increase. And for those relatively minor parts of the agricultural industry which use sprinklers, meaning fruit and vegetable farms, we need water for irrigation. And obviously, we'll have to weigh up the benefits of, say, watering gardens, washing machine usage, showering, cooling water, and washing up water, and ask if we couldn't use it better to produce food.
The world needs investment in water pipes. On Bali, 8 organizations have stepped in to help. Villagers are also footing a share of the costs in projects like this, where water will now be pumped uphill from the source to the village.
When I went to New Zealand in 1969, everything was just so like heaven. You turn the tap, you got hot water, another tap, cold water. It's just beautiful. And everything was kind of arranged so good. So I thought, well, why couldn't I improve the situation over here? So I do that.
The state doesn't do much for infrastructure here. It's the same as in many countries around the world.
Hot and cold running water, a beautiful thing. I never really thought about it, though. In industrialized countries like Germany, nobody really does. Things are very different in many other parts of the world, where people can line up for hours just to get a few liters of the precious stuff. Industrialized nations play a role in that scarcity as well. That's because we eat large amounts of products like beef, which require a huge amount of water to produce, even if it isn't immediately apparent. Here's a breakdown of what some things cost in terms of H2O.
What is virtual water? Let's take jeans as an example. It takes around 8,000 litres of water to make one pair. That's 53 bathtubs full. How come? Growing the cotton uses most of the water. It's a very thirsty plant. If the rains fail, cotton fields have to be irrigated. And if the cotton is to be spun into jeans, it also needs colouring, rinsing and bleaching. That pollutes a lot of water. Virtual water is the unseen water that goes into the manufacturing of a product. Nearly 19,000 litres for 1 kilo of coffee, 184 litres for a kilo of tomatoes, and over 15,000 litres for 1 kilo of beef. In a country with adequate natural water resources, high consumption isn't a problem, unless, of course, a lot of it gets polluted. But in many regions, water is scarce, or supplies have been depleted by producing certain goods. The water level in the Aral Sea has dropped 18 meters because of irrigation in cotton fields. It's turned parts of Uzbekistan into a salty, toxic wasteland. Tomatoes are cultivated in the parched reaches of southern Spain, using water piped into enormous greenhouses. And in Brazil, where there's a shortage of drinking water, the country's huge coffee plantations are never short of a drop. Coffee is a major export for Brazil. Europeans import these water-guzzling goods, and by extension all the virtual water needed to produce them. Seen from this perspective, someone living in Germany uses 3,900 litres of water a day, slightly over the global average. But cooking, showering and laundry make up only a small part of that. Most water used here is virtual water, hidden in the products around us.
So it takes 8,000 litres of water to make a pair of jeans. And then you use so much more washing them over the years. Staggering numbers that pose some serious questions, like what should water cost? Who should provide it? Is it morally acceptable for companies to profit from selling it to those who need it? Milto Schmidt went to talk with a woman involved in a project that discusses issues like that. She thinks to fix the problem, you have to hit people where it really hurts, their pocketbooks.
Sophia Maria Schmidt is a professional musician and a student of economics who thinks a lot about water.
The price should go up until it hurts a bit.
Schmidt researches water-related issues. A United Nations resolution says there is a human right to safe, accessible and affordable water.
The problem is that there is competition for the use of water. If we want to introduce a basic right to water, we have to consider which sectors, which people are to enjoy that right. We can identify three major players: industry, farming and private households. Which has priority? Who has more of a right and who less? Private individuals also depend on farming. It's a very complex problem. We can't simply demand free water as a basic right.
Do you think that overall worldwide water is too cheap?
Compare the United States and Germany. In the US, water consumption per person per day is almost 300 litres. That's a huge amount. In Germany, by contrast, it's 122 litres. And then compare the prices. Here, water is twice as expensive. So if the price is too low, we waste water. And that's exactly what's happening in the US.
Schmidt is involved in a project at her university in Frankfurt that focuses on water and its sustainable management worldwide. They hold events and have invited representatives of Nestle to attend. The Swiss multinational faces a lot of criticism for bottling and selling groundwater and for generating vast amounts of plastic waste. Some teaching positions are sponsored by Nestle. Is that a conflict of interest?
There are many things to criticize, but it's very important to engage with corporations. It's all very well for academics to develop ideas, but you can only achieve something if you work together with industry. We should certainly view Nestle very critically, but we also need to talk to it and find out what it can contribute.
This little fountain has dried up. Schmidt says sources of water around the world are going dry, so they need to be maintained in a responsible fashion by the public and the private sector. If a company slaps on a 10% profit margin, water gets more expensive. But given that it's our most important source of sustenance, is it right for it to be provided by a private company?
Yes, it is, as long as the profit margin is not too high relative to per capita income, as long as people can afford it. At a low enough price so that they can buy as much as they need, there's no problem. It's the same with everything: food, clothes. There's always a profit margin, and that's okay, as long as we can afford it.
Schmidt argues the only way to prevent a supply crisis is to raise the price of water, so we come to value the resource for what it's really worth.
Water is used in different ways in different parts of the world. In Europe, for example, agriculture, industry and households suck up and spit out pretty much equal amounts. But in North and South America, farming makes up a much more sizable fraction of total use. And agriculture in Asia and Africa swallow around 80% of it. Just 15% is used by industry and a meager 5% by private households. In many megacities, water is growing increasingly scarce. In the Philippine capital, things have reached a critical stage. Now, the government plans to build a dam to supply Manila with 600 million litres of water a day, but it'll uproot entire villages. My colleague Janelle Dumoulin went to talk to some of them.
The Kaliwa River has always run through the Sierra Madre mountain range in northeastern Philippines. But a controversial dam project is set to change its course forever. So this might be one of my last boat rides here. Up ahead is the planned construction site for the Kaliwat Dam, and all along this forest wall here, a big tunnel will be built for the conveyance of water. The water behind the dam could be up to 162 meters deep. That's more than enough to inundate communities like this one. I visited the village of Sitio Kibarosa, which is closest to the dam site. Here, the indigenous Dumagat people have lived alongside peasant farmers and fishers for generations. Many of them have put up signs opposing the dam as they face displacement and the loss of their livelihoods.
I'm just wondering, when the flood comes, how are we going to find food? We can't swim or dive for fish. We wouldn't be able to do any of that. So what's going to become of us?
The dam is designed to boost the water supply in Manila, the Philippine capital, and the country's economic and political center. We're actually just 40 kilometers south of the dam site, but this urban jungle feels worlds away from the remote mountain communities. The authorities here say dwindling supply at Manila's primary water sources is leading to shortages in a city that won't stop expanding.
The water situation in Metro Manila is a serious matter. We cannot meet the growing demands without this Kaliwat Dam.
The government argues that displacing thousands and destroying hundreds of hectares of forest land is justified, as it will secure water for more than 12 million people, and that it's worth a taxpayer burden in the form of a contentious loan from China of more than $200 million. Residents whose properties are set to be washed away by the dam's construction are going to be taken care of, according to official promises. But many here tell me that they're skeptical.
Oh, we've heard a lot of offers, but we're not accepting them because we don't want to give away what's intended for the generations that come after us. We want them to live here freely in our communities.
What are they offering you?
They say they'll give us money, or they'll provide us with housing. But we don't know where they will take us. What if they relocate us to Manila, for example? How would we survive when we're not used to life there?
And indeed, communities here live in accordance with the rhythms of the river and protect the environment. It's a way of life that could be lost if the government has its way.
These are our ancestral lands. If they build the Kaliwat Dam, we'll lose our identity. That's death for us, not just of our physical bodies, but our culture, politics and economics. Even if they do find somewhere for us to resettle, we won't be able to live in our traditional way, dependent on nature.
The project's critics say they have history on their side. The current initiative is a reincarnation of sorts of the Laiban Dam a few kilometers away, which was never completed. That project was shut down by community opposition more than a decade ago. Only ruins stand in the water. Now, if the Laiban Dam project had been continued, there'd be water all around us as high as the dam's walls, which you see behind me. The fact that the project was halted is a memory for many of a resistance that was successful. But the outcome of their present-day struggle is far from certain. The desire to preserve the river as it is clashes with the urge to change and control it. In a standoff that pits local people against a powerful government in the capital, few expect Manila to give way.
The poor often lose out the most when it comes to water rights. At the other end of the spectrum are the wealthy, who have turned water into a luxury good. Bottled water that can cost hundreds of times what it costs out of the tap. It's a sector worth billions. And, of course, there are experts who say that, like fine wine, H2O has many nuances that are detectable to the discerning palate. Our reporter Marion Hütter went to talk with people training to be water sommeliers.
Water for gourmets.
Water isn't just water. Region and source give waters a distinctive character.
We're not talking about regular tap water, but the kind that comes in bottles. In Germany, that can up the price 100 times. These people are taking a course to become water sommeliers. They're doing a taste test. Identify the water without seeing the label on the bottle.
As you know, sodium tastes salty, calcium makes the mouth feel dry, magnesium makes the water taste sweet and bitter, and then there are bubbles, carbon dioxide. That's often a giveaway.
The 9-day course costs over €2,000. Sommeliers have to register subtle differences and talk about them. Key if you want to sell lots of bottles.
Some of the students work for mineral water companies, usually in the marketing or sales department. They have to be able to explain to customers what makes their water special.
Last year, the global bottled water market was worth €270 billion. Average consumption, 62 litres per person. Koloman Strohmeier is one of the student sommeliers. He works for a mineral water company in Thalheim, Austria. It has its own spring and has invested millions in a new bottling plant.
We're standing right on top of our source, the aquifer that's been here beneath Thalheim for 25,000 years, waiting for us.
That water contains a certain mix of minerals, which has qualified it under Austrian law as a medicinal water. In both Austria and Germany, medicinal waters are actually considered drugs and are regulated by the relevant authorities.
We're what's known as a sodium-potassium sulfate acidulous spring. Its positive feature is that it contains a lot of lithium, which lifts the mood significantly.
The Thalheimer Heilwasser brand was recently acquired by the billionaire Mateschitz family, which made its money with the energy drink Red Bull and knows all about marketing beverages. The Mateschitz edition is due to hit the shops later this year. Back at the taste test, some of the students are flummoxed. Distinguishing waters is no easy matter. Was it difficult?
Yes, very. Such tiny differences.
Here are the answers. The first was number 21, Enzinger Schillerquelle. Not much sodium, a little magnesium, and a lot of calcium.
Mastery of barely perceptible differences makes the sommelier. Posh water is big business worldwide.
International trade is growing all the time. The country with the second largest number of sommeliers is Taiwan, more than 20.
We need water to survive. Water can be very refreshing, and for some, it's a delicacy to be savoured.
I have to admit, the only time I really savour water is after a long workout or work. But then, I'm Australian. No one expects us to be connoisseurs of anything. That's all for Made Today. Thanks for joining us, and do drop us a line on Twitter or Facebook. As you know, we're always keen to get your thoughts and comments. See you again soon.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
when I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Good evening. This is News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa, and here are the stories making the headlines. I am Benny Ark. President Muhammad Buhari congratulates Folashade Yemi-Esan after the swearing-in as the head of civil service of the Federation held at the Council Chambers, Abuja. The brief ceremony took place at the Executive Council Chambers of the State House. The new head of service spoke after the ceremony, promised to prioritize the training of civil servants. Our appointment was approved by President Buhari last week following the retirement of Winifred Ekanem Oyoita from the Federal Civil Service. A Federal Capital Territory High Court has granted an order of interim injunction stopping Comrade Adams Oshiomhole from parading himself as the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Justice Danlami Senchi, who granted the injunction on Wednesday, said the political parties must be bound by their constitution, and having been suspended by his word, Adams Oshiomhole is restrained from functioning as the national chairman of the party pending the hearing and determination of the substantive suit. The judge fixed hearing for April 7 and 8, 2020. Protesters have been demanding the removal of the party chairman for failing in his duties of providing quality leadership for the party. The Kano State House of Assembly on Wednesday received 2 petitions sent to the House by a civil society organization and individual seeking for the investigation of the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II. The petitions were read by the chairman of the House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs and members representing Somalia constituency, Hamza Masu. The chairman explained that one of the petitions was signed by the chairman of the Society for the Promotion of Education and Culture, Mohammed Bello, while the other was signed by Mohammed Mukhtar Jan Yama. According to the petitions, as presented before the legislators, the emir should be investigated over his nonchalant attitudes, which they allege were against the religion, culture and traditions of Kano people. Following the presentation of the petitions, the legislators deliberated and ordered the Standing Committee of the House on Complaints and Petitions to commence action. The committee, which the Deputy Speaker of the House, Hamisu Chidari, was co-opted to lead the investigation, was given 1 week within which to present his report to the House. Meanwhile, the Sokoto State Governor and Vice Chairman Nigeria Governors Forum, Aminu Waziri Tambuwa, has appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari to leave a legacy that he will be remembered for and not one of electoral manipulation couched in inconclusive elections, as was witnessed during the 2019 general elections. He made the appeal at the 2019 Silverbird Award, where he emerged as the Silverbird Man of the Year 2019. The event attracted Nigerians from all walks of life.
We need to really look inwards with some introspection and review and strengthen our electoral system, strengthen our institutions. We don't need strong men in power in Nigeria. What we need is a system that works for all, and you cannot have that without institutions that are working. So we really need to respect our institutions. For example, the judiciary. Everybody in Nigeria knows that the judiciary in recent months has been under some tremendous pressure. That is a very obvious fact. We don't need that. What we need is to allow them to do their work and determine each matter on its merit without let or hindrance, without influence of anybody or interference. People who believe in this country and believe that the country can work, and who are calling for a new direction for the country, and those who are happy with the situation. These are the two divisions I can see in Nigeria today. And I belong to those who are calling for a new direction of affairs of our country, in economy, in security, in fight against corruption, in good governance and rule of law. I said it's more about institutions, but also you need credible people on the saddle.
The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $7 million, an equivalent of 2.5 billion naira, for information leading to the arrest of Boko Haram leader Abubakar Shekau. The Rewards for Justice program, which is the counter-terrorism reward program of the U.S. Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service, said this in a tweet on its official Twitter handle on Tuesday. The United States Department of State offers a reward of up to $7 million for information leading to the arrest of the terrorist Abubakar Shekau, leader of the Boko Haram. Shekau has been the leader of Boko Haram since the extrajudicial killings of its former leader, Mohammed Yusuf, in 2009, the tweet read in part. Residents of Damboa local government area of Borno State were on Wednesday morning caught in a crossfire between the Nigerian army and Boko Haram insurgents. The insurgents attempted to attack a military location in Damboa, shooting sporadically, but were countered by stiff resistance as troops on the ground responded with superior firepower. According to sources, the attack and the exchange of fire caused panic among the civilian populace, leading to injury as some of those who ran were caught up in the crossfire. The exchange lasted for an hour until the insurgents retreated towards the Sambisa forest. Camps returned to the town. Human Rights Watch on Wednesday accused the Nigerian army of threatening the safety and effectiveness of aid workers in northeast Nigeria. Human Rights Watch said in a statement that aid agencies are unable to respond effectively to the crisis in northeastern Nigeria due to worsening insecurity and stifling operational requirements imposed by military and civilian authorities. Such restrictions give the impression that the organization are not independent, making them vulnerable to attacks by Boko Haram. With 1.8 million people internally displaced and over 7 million people in need of urgent life-saving assistance as a result of a 10-year insurgency by Boko Haram, the humanitarian crisis in northeastern Nigeria's Borno, Adama and Yobe State is rated among the world's most severe. However, the group believes the Nigerian army has not been supportive of humanitarian workers in rendering help to those in need. In line with measures to forestall the spread of coronavirus, four Chinese nationals have been quarantined at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. The Chinese are being held in separate facility after they tested negative to the dreaded virus. The yet-to-be-identified Chinese were said to have symptoms of the pneumonia-like disease upon arrival on Tuesday after a spot check at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. They were brought into a holding facility at the teaching hospital around 4:30 p.m. same day, according to Mr. Sulai, a staff of the information unit. They tested negative for the virus but are being quarantined for the next 14 days at a separate facility as a necessary precaution. Mr. Sulai, who refused to give his surname, said Wednesday. The Chief Medical Director, Betsala Ekele, directed questions regarding the development to the focal person's infection prevention control. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, the NSCDC, has said the decision of the House of Representatives to suspend plenary for 2 weeks is needless. Ihe Kweazi said shutting down the lower chamber of the National Assembly could cause panic and send the wrong signals to Nigerians. He, however, asked Nigerians to curb the spread of fake news by only sharing information from the official sources. Nigeria recently announced its first confirmed case of coronavirus, an Italian who returned to Nigeria from Milan and has since been placed in isolation. The news generated a lot of reactions from people and different precautions on how to further curb the spread, circulated to ensure everyone is safe. Plus TV Africa went out to the streets of Lagos to see how Nigerians are reacting to the news of the outbreak of the coronavirus.
With the outbreak of coronavirus, which first broke out in Wuhan, China, nations around the world have been thrown into a state of pandemonium, as not only is the rising death toll causing stir, but the economic implications of that as well. And today, we hit the street of Lagos to find out how aware are the people of coronavirus.
Coronavirus is a deadly disease. This disease came from China to this country.
Coronavirus is a deadly virus. Most of people are scared of it and even to prevent it. But in my own case, seeing this coronavirus, I'm seeing it as something that God will surely help us on it.
This coronavirus is a very bad disease. Where we say if you enter through person, if you keep person in a period of time, you're not going to even reach a day, so if you keep the person.
From the prescription, we have to cover our nose. We have this nose mask and wear gloves. Wash your hands often with soap, water, but preferably the sanitizer with alcohol in it.
Though many agree to be abreast of what the virus entails and the means of protecting themselves, some others view the virus as some fictional slam. According to them, the pressures of the nation would give no room for the disease to thrive.
The only thing I understand for coronavirus is coronavirus no fit enter this country. First, the pressure when they for this country yourself, it go make coronavirus die. The heat when they for this country, coronavirus go first do the first show before he enter this country. Say Nigeria wala yourself. It pass coronavirus wala.
It's a very strange disease. We just all of a sudden we just start to hear about the virus, which I don't know. Some people said that if they manufacture, if they want to invent some vaccines and they want to Africans to buy it, they first of all give us one kind name of a disease so that we will buy their drug. That is all what I know.
In the midst of all this, the price of essential items such as hand gel sanitizers and nose masks have skyrocketed.
Before, we sell them 300, but because of this coronavirus, they'll buy it higher. Where we'll buy it? It's just that we'll sell it wholesale. If you come for here, you can even get it. If you got another place, you can even get it higher. But for here, we'll sell 800.
As Nigeria struggles with this new reality, hopes are rising that there will be an end to this with all the interventions already embarked on by both the federal and the state governments. Ugbome Francis, Plus TV Africa.
And now across the African continent, 4 Burkina Faso soldiers were killed and 8 more wounded when their vehicles hit improvised explosive devices on Tuesday in the restive north of the country, security sources said. Burkina Faso has been battling jihadists in the north as an Islamist militant insurgency that began in Mali spread across the Sahel region. A vehicle with a military unit from Ban hit an explosive device while on an escort mission, a security source said late Wednesday. 4 military were killed in this ambush and another 3 were injured. Another military vehicle that was reinforcing the first unit also hit an explosive device, leaving 5 people injured. Jihadist attack in Burkina Faso, which borders Mali and Niger, have killed around 800 people and forced 800,000 people from their homes since 2015. And up next is our foreign news. The Italian government has decided to close schools and universities across the country until mid-March in a further attempt to contain the worst coronavirus outbreak in Europe. ANSA News Agency reported on Wednesday. The government closed schools and universities in the worst hit-affected regions in northern Italy some 10 days ago and quarantined a handful of towns at the epicenter of the outbreak. However, the contagion has spread, with at least 79 people dying and more than 2,500 people infected. Iran's President Hassan Rouhani on Wednesday dismissed a U.S. offer to help the Islamic Republic fight its coronavirus outbreak, charging that vicious American sanctions are depriving the country of medicine. U.S. President Donald Trump has said on Saturday he was ready to aid Iran with the virus outbreak if the Islamic Republic asks for assistance. Iran has scrambled to halt the rapid spread of the virus that has claimed 92 lives out of 2,922 confirmed infections in the past 2 weeks. It has shut schools and universities, suspended major culture and sports events, and cut back on work hours. President Rouhani said in a clear reference to the United States, those who have deprived the people of even medicine and food through sanctions will have done most vicious things. He said the U.S. must first lift sanctions blocking medicine and purchases to prove its honest intent to help. Washington pulled out of a landmark nuclear deal and reimposed crippling sanctions on Tehran in 2018. The news will come back after now, and we'll be up with business news with Irene Obani.
And in business, South Africa has now fallen into its second recession in 2 years, even as President Cyril Ramaphosa's attempt to revive growth continues. The economy contracted 1.4% in the fourth quarter of 2019, according to official statistics released on Tuesday. Now, this far outpaced analysts' forecasts of a 0.2% decline. The contraction came after a 0.8% drop in economic output during the previous quarter, leading to South Africa's second recession, defined as 2 quarters of negative growth since 2018. I am now joined by Annalisa Tuswo in Cape Town, South Africa. Hello, Annalisa. Now, what's your take on the recently released report indicating that South Africa is in its second recession in 2 years?
I don't think the news of the recession came as a shock for many of us, whether you're an economist or just an average South African. I think we're all aware that the economy didn't do quite well in 2019. I mean, we saw some of the largest industries, including manufacturing, mines, and even just the retail sector, which usually outperforms all the other sectors, especially in the end of the year period, because a lot of people are actually buying stuff online or just doing their Christmas shoppings and even the Black Friday sales. So we are all aware that the 2019 economic year wasn't a great one. However, I have to say we are quite shocked by how large the economy contrasted on. I mean, we fell by 1.4%, which is quite a huge number because usually we normally go along with the projections, and Bloomberg, Reuters, and all the other economic sectors have actually predicted a contrast of about 0.5, if not 0.6.
And what should we expect in the coming months?
Economic growth and business investment and opportunities really go hand in hand. So if the economy is not growing, then it means business won't really have consumers. Consumers in the economy won't have enough money to spend, and a business with no consumer means there's not enough profit. So really, I think the outlook for businesses might need to start outlining or just restructuring their production lines. And in terms of the outlook, I think the IMF had predicted had quite not really positive predictions for us, but they had assumed that we are going to grow at least by a percentage. I think after this recession, we really are not going to make it above the percentage. I highly doubt that this year we'll see any being more than 2% growth for the full year, or even just edging closer to the required 4%. And I mean, in order for the economy to grow and create more jobs and better opportunities, South Africa is going to need about 4 to 5% growth, and we're battling now to even just get above 1%.
And how would this affect business growth and projected forecast for South Africa?
I think the future of SA, especially for 2020, is quite bleak, if I'm being honest. I think we're seeing an unemployment that is edging closer to the 30% mark, which is quite a big number. Economic projections for the rest of the year, I think the Reserve Bank had predicted about 1.2%, and I have a feeling that in 2 weeks' time, when we go into the MPC, they'll downgrade that projection, because also the IMF had predicted about 0.5%.
Thank you, Annalisa, for that. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
The moment he came with that message of, you don't expect me to treat the 97% the same way I would treat the 5%. That was a statement of division.
I haven't even heard. I did not know that this had come up again.
Really?
I didn't know it had gone into second reading. So thank you for mentioning it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. To think that these people can like raid this country, destroy this country, and then ask for immunity.
Isn't democracy the government of the people, by the people, for the people?
That's what it should be.
And at what point did we give the power within this democracy, of this democracy, to the people we have voted?
The Constitution is not we, the people, as we have it today. It's not we, the people, that promulgate. That Constitution is not us.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's something that was foisted on us.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways.
Coronavirus, it's a viral infection. And the new coronavirus that we're all talking about, novel coronavirus, it's part of a family of various coronaviruses that do exist.
If anybody is not prepared right now, I would say it's carelessness, because it is something we all knew was going to come.
Symptoms to look out for, the main ones are cough, high fever, and respiratory distress. That just means breathing difficulties.
I will say no country is prepared for coronavirus as it is.
Really? Prevention is key, and hand hygiene is key when we are talking about this.
Alcohol does not kill it. You just need to take a lot of water.
So
taking a lot of
hydrate
water,
your system.
Hydrate yourself.
There is no cure right now. The only thing that we have to help us right now, prevention.
Awesome.
In entertainment, the disruption caused by the spread of the coronavirus has reached the British entertainment industry, with the events axed and concerns raised over the timing of the new Bond film. Walt Disney has cancelled some events planned to promote the European launch of its new channel, Disney+. This is a competitor to Netflix and Amazon Prime, which will show The Mandalorian, which is the latest of the Star Wars movie and TV franchise. Celebrities and executives were due to take to the red carpet in London on Thursday to promote the streaming channel, which becomes available to subscribers in Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain on March 24th. Fans also raised concerns about the timing of the release of the new James Bond film, No Time to Die, which is arguably one of the biggest entertainment events of 2020. Daniel Craig's acts as the famous spy is due for release on the 3rd of April, but a few James Bond fan sites have written to the studios behind film to ask for its release to be delayed over the worries that cinemas will be closed by then. Furthermore, on entertainment, the rock band Genesis have reformed for a tour 13 years after last performing together. Tony Banks, Phil Collins, and Mike Rutherford confirmed the reunion of Zoe Ball's BBC radio show today, Wednesday the 3rd. The trio will be joined on stage by Collins' 18-year-old son, Nicholas, who replaces his father on drums. The original star member suffered from a nerve damage during Genesis' last tour in 2007, which left him unable to perform for an extended period of time. However, speaking on Wednesday today, the musician said his son's live comeback has been a catalyst for the reformation. Their shows will be played in Liverpool, Leeds, Birmingham, Belfast, and Manchester. And that is it on entertainment. The very best in sports coming right after this.
Thank you, Philmai, for the entertainment beat. And now in sports, the second leg of the Italian Cup between Juventus and AC Milan, scheduled to hold today, has been postponed following the deadly coronavirus in Italy. The two teams were due to meet at Allianz Arena with a tie at 1-1 draw after Cristiano Ronaldo scored a late penalty for his to rescue his side in the first leg. This came as the Civil Protection Agency revealed that 27 people had died of the illness in Italy in 24 hours, bringing the number of deaths to 79, with the highest recorded cases in Europe coming from Italy, as sports events have been banned in 3 regions of Lombardy, Veneto, and Emilia-Romagna. And that's our news roundup events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Benny Ark.
Our conversation on One-on-One today is with Dr. Charles Omole, a trainer and strategist to businesses and governments across Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
To get into the reins of leadership, it won't be given to us. We've got to go and get it.
How do we begin to change the narrative when it comes to leadership in this country?
Well, that's a very excellent question. It is true there is a leadership crisis, but it's not just a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. The trajectory of all African countries have largely been the same, which is downwards, in the last 30, 40 years. These are people who have not managed 2 people in their life, some of them, and they want to be president of a 200 million, for them to even have the audacity that, because the Constitution says you have the right to, doesn't mean you should.
Premieres this Friday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Goal 10 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals speaks largely about eliminating inequality amongst countries and peoples. The United Nations clearly recognizes that businesses can also exacerbate inequality by being complicit in perpetrating biases and discrimination. The question, however, is, how exactly does this resonate with Nigeria? Lagos is the most populous city in Nigeria and has millions of persons. Among these are little persons also, often found in Osborn in Ikoyi. They are trying to make a living as they grapple with inequality and discrimination because of their physical appearances. Wisdom Abba and his wife Joanne are one of the little persons who moved from other parts of the country into Lagos to make a living by getting employed despite their physical inadequacies. They say that in Lagos, they had hoped to win the battle against discrimination, but this fight, however, seems to be a lost one as they are constantly marginalized by some employers while hunting for jobs.
Sometimes, somebody will promise me at where I'm selling market, just with drive car, we say we find work for me. I will pull up on that person. At last, the person will not find a job because promise me, many of them.
When I want to look for a job, they say they can't give me a job, that I'm too short, then I should go.
This couple is not the only little person seeking an end to discrimination in job hunting. Nkubi and Shapali are celebrity broadcasters. They too say that they have had a painful taste of societal rejection.
I got called up for an interview. One of the management now walked up to me and told me that, look, I am sincerely very sorry. You are not the kind of person we are looking for.
My sister, growing up, she'll be like, Daddy, where do you get this thing from?
Though Shapali comes across as a very confident woman, she says growing up was torturous.
I'm talking to you, I don't know my mom till now.
She ran away because I am a dog.
She adds that her self-esteem was dealt a devastating blow for even thinking of marrying a tall man and begetting tall offspring, as her mother-in-law rejected her.
I had a relationship that the guy, took me home to the mom. And I was there in their living room, seated, and the guy went to call the mom. The mom came and was like, where? Sorry, oh my dear, sorry. Where is the wife? My son said he brought. And I was like, it's me. And like, stop joking now. How will it be you? My son came up to come that he brought somebody. I was not accepted.
Bash and Iyatokpe are 9 to 5 persons. They reveal that they have also been treated with inequality countless times.
My own junior brother, the one that follows me, he also thought I'm kind of like a junior to him. We usually fight every day.
I go one place. I say they find person will go sweep here. They say not true. I say I won't do it. They say, you do it. Which hand do you want to take sweep here?
With only 12 years left to expunge inequality by 2030, only little is known if Nigeria will truly wipe out this menace. But Wisdom and his wife Joanne, Nkubi, Shapali, Bash and Iyatokpe continue to hope that someday they will be treated like every other human being. I am Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
Almost every Nigerian wants to leave the country, but do they understand what it means to be a global citizen?
The reason why people were leaving Nigeria 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even until now, is essentially because they want to survive. Movement is a human duty, right? You have to move. Part of the biggest problem in Nigeria is we produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. There's no economy in the world that can survive on that equation. The idea of running away to another country undocumented, hiding, compromising your dignity, take baser positions in those societies, marry people you hate, hibernate all your life, dwarf your most important dreams and aspirations, take a compromise in the name of the pursuit of economics, embrace toil, otherwise called hustle, and lose your meaning and your purpose totally. You will play the majority game pretending to be happy, or you'll be sad and miserable for the rest of your life. So my goal, my thinking is that instead of thinking relocation, we should think penetration.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. We bring you the best of analysis on stories breaking in the world of sports. Well, I've got Destiny Onoigboria and Opeoluwa Adebari on the show this morning. Later on, we'll be talking to a guest, and of course, we'll be speaking on things happening in the world of athletics and how we're planning to improve athletics and, of course, the athletes in Nigeria. Welcome to the show, guys.
Morning.
Good morning.
Well, first up, let's talk about the FA Cup where magic happens. 3 games were played last night, and Liverpool lost to Chelsea by 2-0. And looking at the other results, Reading lost 2-1 to Sheffield. That game actually went into extra time. So after extra time, Sheffield United won that one. And West Bromwich Albion lost to Newcastle United by 3-2. Now, focusing on the game between Liverpool and Chelsea, a young Irish Manchester United fan wrote a letter to Jurgen Klopp asking him and his Liverpool team to stop winning so many matches. And he was left shocked when the German manager sent him a letter back. And 10-year-old Darakoli from Code Dongle wrote to the Liverpool boss for a school assignment. He asked if it would be possible for Liverpool to lose some games so they would not win the league. And Klopp told reporters during a press conference on Friday he thought the letter was cheeky and felt compelled to send the little boy a response. I mean, ever since the boy sent a letter to Jurgen Klopp, it might be mythical or something, but of course, Liverpool, they've not been able to win any game. They lost to Atletico Madrid,
Yes.
Lost to Watford, and lost to Chelsea, and they've not been able to score a goal in those 3 games.
You know, first off, I read Jurgen Klopp's response to him, and in his response, he told him that, you know what, my job is to make sure that we win every match, but it is inevitable that we do lose some matches in the future.
True.
And he didn't know that the future was
now.
honestly, because looking at those losses, number one, very shocking losses, especially the one to Watford.
Watford, yeah.
Now, looking at last night's one, you know what, I did not just see composure in the team. I believe big name players were not at their best. Virgil van Dijk was a shadow of himself. I wasn't just seeing any link between the midfield and the attack. I believe we saw a lot of individual gameplay going on. But nonetheless, kudos to the Chelsea team. They needed this victory so much more. This is one of the few titles that they can actually challenge for this season, because as it looks, they're already out of the way of Champions League. And a top 4 finish is not yet secure for them. And Lampard is slowly getting his team back to where he expects them to be. So you know what, for Liverpool, I believe they need to rescue themselves in due time, because their Champions League side with Atletico Madrid at Anfield is coming up very soon. And they need to seal up the Premier League, challenge for the Champions League, and try and defend it honorably like they would as well.
Now, you talked about Chelsea losing out in the Champions League. Are you writing them off from going to the Allianz Arena to beat Bayern Munich?
Sorry to say, but I feel like they don't have what it takes actually to
beat Bayern.
Honestly, because that Bayern team is red hot and they are simply informed. Even without Robert Lewandowski, who would not be available for the match, they've got good options. Thomas Muller can be a good makeshift striker. He's a deadly finisher as well. They could play false 9 with Gnabry up front, and you can have Coutinho go on the wings and bolster up the midfield. So they've got so many options. So definitely, I don't see a Chelsea win at all.
Doesn't see a Chelsea win. Now, coming back to the Chelsea-Liverpool game, would you blame it on fatigue, Destiny? Would you blame it on fatigue on Liverpool players? Because Jurgen Klopp complained sometime in December of the fixture pile-up from the English Premier League to the FA Cup to the Carabao Cup to the Champions League to the Super Cup. A whole lot of matches for these teams to play. So would you say it was more like what's it called, fatigue on the players yesterday?
Well, you can actually look at it from 2 different perspectives. One of them could be that they were tired. But looking at the teams that played yesterday, it's I think it was actually rotated, because Alisson was not on the goalpost. So I'm not. I don't, normally, you know, when you play games and you say you are invincible, in the Premier League it is very, very different. And the last time this was done was 16 years ago, when Arsenal won the league as the invincible teams, 2003, 2004. But this time around, it's a whole different ball game, especially in England. So I wouldn't say it's fatigue. And when this issue first started, we saw them against Atletico Madrid, against West Ham, Watford, and now Chelsea. It goes to show that even in the Premier League, when you say you have what it takes to be champions, to be world champions, to be Champions League champions, so along the way, you are going to fall by the wayside. And that was what happened to Chelsea yesterday. Against West Ham, they were lacking. Against Watford, of course, they used the complete squad against Watford. But when you are playing against a relegation team, they tend to be the force maybe coming from the other side, not from you anymore. So Liverpool, they actually did not dive into that force. And they just felt, well, since we have been winning before, this is just like a banana peel and we can do over. But unfortunately for them, it was not.
It was not. And we have more games that will be going down later today. Leicester City will be up against Birmingham City. Sheffield Wednesday will be up against Manchester City. Tottenham Hotspur against Norwich City. And Tottenham Hotspur under Jose Mourinho. He still doesn't have Harry Kane and Son Heung-min. But of course, he still wants to win this one and see how he can help Tottenham at least win something this season. But how possible is it? Because we still have the likes of Manchester City, Chelsea, and of course Arsenal in the mix to win the FA Cup.
Manchester United.
And Manchester
I don't know why you
United,
keep skipping that club. Manchester United, please.
I mean, it's going to be difficult. This is what I love about the FA Cup. The FA Cup is as competitive as any other cup competition in Europe, across Europe. And yes, it is the oldest cup competition ever. So you know what? It's actually prestigious to these English clubs, and most of them try to pick up the FA Cup to add to the trophy collection, whether it's a double or a treble that they are going to pick up this season. And you know, Manchester City is already on the way. They already picked up the Carabao Cup last weekend. They'll be looking forward to a double, actually, since it seems like they're going to be losing out at the Premier League. And you know what, with the recent form that Real Madrid is in, with that fantastic victory against Barcelona, Real Madrid could easily turn the fixture around at the Etihad. So you know what, Manchester City need to do their best to actually win this trophy. I believe the pressure is on them to actually do this. And let's just see what happens, and we're hoping for more fantastic fixtures coming up in the FA Cup.
All right, some more fantastic fixtures coming up in the FA Cup. Who gets to win it? Well, we can't tell yet because the teams are still adjusting for the results. And moving over to the quarterfinals, we get to see the draws made, and we know who these teams will be facing, talking about oppositions in the next phase of the tournament. We have other competitions spread across Europe in the Copa del Rey. There's also the Coppa Italia, but of course, the game between Juventus and Milan have been postponed. We all know why, due to the outbreak of the coronavirus in Italy, but I just hope very soon we get to solve all the issues concerning the coronavirus. Then we can get our sports running smoothly yet again. Well, we'll be going on break, and when we'll come back, we'll be having a guest in the house. Thank you, Destiny and Okpe.
Thank you so much
for having us this
All
morning.
right, we'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the show. Well, I've got Yomi Omogbeja right here on the show. He's the Vice President, Digital and Partnerships at Africa Sports Ventures Group. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Now, a whole lot has been going on in the world of sports, and I think we should start off with the outbreak of the coronavirus and how it's been affecting everything in general, from businesses to religion. Now, the sporting world is also suffering the effect of the coronavirus and everything happening in the world of sports. Now, the latest is the Italia Serie A. They've postponed a couple of matches. The ones they're supposed to have today, the Juve-Milan game, has also been postponed due to the outbreak of the coronavirus. Now, what will be your take on the coronavirus and the huge effect it's having in the world of sports?
Well, the virus is affecting everything. You know, it's practically paralyzed the whole districts in China. So sports can be an exception. True. And also, you know that sports is a spectator sport. So it's highly at risk because the likelihood of meeting a lot of people, or of a lot of people gathering in one place and meeting people with the virus is very high.
Yeah, true.
So that's the problem with sport. And a lot of events have been cancelled already. In athletics, which is supposed to have this month, the World Indoor Championship in China has been cancelled. And the Olympics also are under threat now because it's barely 3 months.
To the Olympics.
And we still don't know what's going on. There are a lot of cases in Japan. And so the Japanese Olympic minister actually said they might postpone it, but the LOC itself are still saying it to go ahead with the IOC, so we'll wait and see.
Yeah, talking about them not postponing, because like you said, like you rightly mentioned, sports is a spectator sport where a whole lot of people come from different parts of the world. Are there measures you think can be put in place if we're still going to have the Olympics take place in June? What are the measures you think we should put in place to ensure that we will not have the outbreak, which I think is very slim if it does go on in June?
Well, I guess we do the same thing that we've been doing. I mean, the virus doesn't have a cure or a vaccine yet. So what we have right now is to follow the advice of the doctors. Wash your hands, cough, you cover your mouth when you're coughing, and then don't stay around someone coughing or get, into places where you could be infected, or wear a mask or something. That's about what everybody can do.
Very true. But I just hope that it doesn't continue to affect the world of sport. Let's just resolve this and get our sports running back and better. Well, let's go down and talk about what's happening with Africa Sports Ventures Group. Would you want to educate us more on what you do?
Okay. Well, I normally am the founder of Athletics Africa. So for 16 years now, I've been running the largest website for athletics in Africa. And So last year, I joined African Sports Ventures Group also. The aim basically is, at the core of it is Pan-Africanism. So we wanted both Africans at home and diaspora to come together and build a sustainable sports industry in Africa. Basically, we want to look at how can we make money from our sport? How can we stop the brain drain in our sport? How can we stop losing athletes to other countries where there are better facilities or better, greener pastures, so to say? So the key for us is we've been in diaspora for a lot of years. What are the things we've learned there? What can we bring back to Africa in terms of best practices, in terms of ideas, in terms of culture and value that we can bring to the sport on the continent? So African Sports Ventures Group is a non-profit, is a for-profit sports solution and services company. So we are here to provide solution into sport. And last year we signed a memorandum of understanding, MOU with FASU, which is the governing body for sport, university sports in Africa. And they are also under the FISU, which is the World International University Sport Organization. So we are going to start next year what we call African Collegiate League, ACL. It's like the NCAA style championship for African university students. And we are starting with 32 universities at the launch. Basically, these universities are like the model that we're starting with. They are mostly old universities with a lot of alumni. They have a high number of students, and they are core universities in their countries. So we have 55 countries in Africa. We are aiming to at least half of that. So 32 universities cut across those 20 or so countries to start, and then we build on that. But basically what we wanted to do is to have a culture in the university where, one, we have a sports scholarships program with the ACL League. So all the students that are partaking in the league, which, by the way, we're starting with basketball and football first, are going to be on scholarship. So we want to give them everything they will get if, for instance, they decide to go to University of Florida or University of Tennessee. So someone like Divine Oduduru, for instance, if you have a program in place, he doesn't really need to go abroad. He can be in a university here and still have the same access. So we're bringing qualified coaches, trainers from all over the world here to work with them here. We're bringing each of the schools, we're trying to set up a campus for the sports people. So they have access to a gym in there, a physiologist, a psychologist, a physiotherapist, everything in there. And the idea is let them have everything here so that they can make the Olympic national team from here. And then the ACI provide a competition for them all year round to actually compete and get that best shape for the championship or to represent the national teams.
Now, let me stop you there and take you back. You talked about starting off with the universities now, and I know sometimes back then we used to have the NUGA games. We still do, but it's not as rampant as it used to be way back. The National University Games. There's also the West African University Games and the Nigerian Polytechnic Games. And these games are supposed to be a way of discovering these athletes, helping them groom these talents, and helping them break into the national teams, and of course securing Olympic tickets and all that, which seems to have died down. And I also know that way back we used to have means of using sports in gaining admission into universities, and it stopped working. It stopped working because of the system. So wouldn't that be a huge challenge to you?
Well, it didn't actually stop working. The problem is the government stopped funding sports. They stopped realizing that most of the problem we have with youth respondents in Africa, crisis and conflict here, is because the youth in Africa are not gainfully engaged in other things. So if they have thought about that, they would have spent more money engaging this youth rather than other things they use this money for. So for us, we will support all these events you just mentioned, NUGA. For instance, NUGA they're actually under FASU. Now FASU is under FISU. So how do these athletes qualify to represent their universities in World Student Games organized by FISU? This year, FASU is actually organizing what they call it, I think it's the 10th African University Championship in Kenya this year. So all these events are there, but how many people within a university actually know about it? How many students in the university that want to do sports are able to do sports while still getting their masters or doctorate within the university? I remember when I was in UI, for instance, sometimes you have to make a special deal with the head of department. If not, you miss a year. If you go for NUGA games and you miss your exams, the university, there's no recourse within the university for you to do that. So that's why we're negotiating with the universities first. How do they create a balance for these athletes so that the student athletes have not privileges, but a special condition that whatever it is, they can do their exams. And we're trying to organize this Super League during the time when the universities, after the exams ready, on break. So it's going to be a 3-4 weeks event for each sport like that. But then the athletes will be there throughout the year, training and using the facilities. And they'll also be able to use scholarship in the university to go to further their studies. But for us, the idea is we want to make sport profitable in Africa. So not only for the universities or for the athletes to actually qualify or develop, we also want the universities to gain. So we are working with partners, and that part of the reason why I'm here is to look for partners who can support us in different things. We want to build, in each of the universities that are partners, we want to build an indoor sport arena there that is reusable, that is scalable, and it can be used for every sport. So today it can be basketball court. Tomorrow you can change it over and become a volleyball court. So that way, when the students are not using it, we can use it for other purposes. And for us, the sponsors gain by sponsoring that, because also the students are able to learn through that. So the students are able to learn facilities management. They're able to learn different aspects of managing and organizing such big events, which they can, when they graduate, they also already have work experience to take to the job market. So, which, if you look at it now in Nigeria, most of our facilities, like the National Stadium, are all badly managed. Why? Are we producing from our universities hands-on, a student with hands-on experience to manage these things? Do we have facility managers coming out of universities to do this? They are already experienced working with this. The last time Nigeria hosted any event was 2009 FIFA World Cup, isn't it? The people that volunteered for that program then, most of them are not at the age now. So we don't have this conveyor belt that is keeping us through learning process. In other countries, they have armies of volunteers. You know, you look at people who volunteer for London 2012. All of them were able to work a few years later in London 2017 World Athletic Championship. Then there's a World Indoor in 2018. So you have all these events, and you have people, a lot of students coming through the process and actually building a career in sports.
Very true. Now, let's talk about the bodies and federations in Nigeria. How much support are you getting from, say, for example, the Athletic Federation of Nigeria, probably the NFF and other federations when it comes to, and the NBBF as well, the Nigerian Basketball Federation, because you are looking at kicking off with basketball, and are you getting support from some of these federations?
Well, right now we're not working with people. We've not started working with people at country level. So the MBPF and NFF, we've not reached out to them. We are working with them at continental level. So first, we have this MOU with FASU. They control university sports in Africa. And for individual events, when we look for partners in terms of officiating and all that, we're going to look at the confederation, at the confederation bodies. So for football, for instance, we'll be going to CAF. For athletics, we'll be going to CAA. And for basketball, we'll be looking at the African Basketball Federation. FIBA. Yeah, FIBA. So those are the organizations that we work with to provide us with all the technical assistance we need for the actual competition. And then, of course, through that, it will flow down to the national federations in every country. Because basically what we've noticed is in Africa, we have 55 countries, different challenging rules and regulation in those places. And dealing with people on such micro basis is quite difficult. So, but when we work with a global organization like CAF, for instance, for the football tournament, everything flows down from there. And we're able to be more, we're more effective that way. because we're working with a core group of people who understand the vision, who understand the idea we brought, and what we want to get out of it. And we're looking at 10, 20 years that we can say, okay, we've laid down this foundation. The next generation can take it up from there. Because in the 60s and 70s, we have something similar.
Okay.
Most of the athletes that went to Olympics in 88, in 76, 88, and 92 from Nigeria were from the university.
Okay. Well, of course, we really do not have much time on our side to talk more on this, but it's something we should talk about and, of course, put our hand into to make sure that we get to grow sports in the country. And, of course, we'll keep supporting your brand and look forward to making it work.
Thank you very much. We'll look up to that. Also, we'll look up to partnering with Plus TV Africa.
All right, probably we'll get to talk about that behind the scene. But, of course, I'd like to thank you for coming up on the show today.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'm Udoka and Joe. Hope you enjoyed the package of today's show. Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa because they give you the best when it comes to TV programming. Remember, you can reach us on our social media handles at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and on Instagram and on YouTube. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And for you to get all the juicy stories, go to our website, www.plustv.africa. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
When you hear hip-hop, what comes to mind? Ostentatious lifestyle depicted in music videos with half-naked women? Rap music? Well, hip-hop is a cultural movement that became popular in the 1980s and 1990s and also referred to as the backing music for rap. It incorporates rhythmic and mostly rhyming speech and has become the movement's most influential and lasting art form. Hip-hop originated from African-American economically depressed South Bronx section of New York City in the late 1970s. Hip-hop comprises of 4 elements: disc jockeying, rapping or rhyming, graffiti painting, and b-boying, which encompasses hip-hop dance and style and attitude. Our focus is on rap, which is one of the 4 elements of hip-hop. Rap garnered national prominence in the United States of America when Sugar Hill's gang song, Rapper's Delight, was released on an independent African-American-owned label, Sugar Hill. The influential rap pioneers are Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, Cold Rush Brothers and Curtis Blow, until the mid-1980s when there was a new wave of rappers and they were referred to as the new school rappers. In the forefront were the likes of Run DMC, LL Cool J, Public Enemy, MC Hammer, Will Smith, NWA, amongst others. This gave rise to gangster rap genre, after a Los Angeles record label built an empire around Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and the late controversial rapper Tupac Shakur. In the hip-hop world, lines will be crossed, words will be exchanged, toes will be stepped on, families will be dragged in, and feelings will be hurt. This is due to the competitive nature of hip-hop, as was evident in the deaths of rap legends Tupac and Biggie. Hip-hop influenced the music scene around the world, and this, of course, includes the Nigerian music scene, bringing along with it its rivalry, popularly referred to as beef. In Nigeria, the beef battle are usually settled with diss tracks and sometimes a few angry rants and bans on social media. There's been enough beef amongst prominent rappers in Nigeria, but the question is it real rivalry or just publicity for clout? The most recent being MI and Vector, but let's take it back. Way back memory lane in 2005, Rugged Man released the song Ehen, calling out Idris Abdulkarim and a whole lot of other rappers. MI and Kelly Anthem. MI released the track Talk About It, calling out Kelly Anthem, and in another song, I'm Hot remix, he appeared to shade Anthem. Anthem then responded by releasing a song titled Catch Me If You Can. It did not stop there. In the song featuring Ice Prince called Nobody Test Me, he fired shots again at Kelly Anthem, and the latter responded with Chocolate Boys freestyle. MI again, this time with Iceberg Slim. Iceberg Slim released the song Mr. International and he shaded MI on the track. MI responded with Somebody Wants to Die. It didn't stop there. Iceberg released a whole diss track, Am I Better? And MI dropped the track Beef in 2016 and he focused on both Kelly Anthem and Iceberg Slim. Nice and Rugged Man. There was an altercation between the two hip-hop artists over alleged infidelity on the part of Nice's wife, at the time Tony Payne, which involved Rugged Man, and a couple of these songs were released, but the song that really caught people's attention was Talk, I Am Listening. Vector and Reminisce. Vector dissed Reminisce in a song he featured on Kitchen Streets, and Reminisce seemed to respond when he dropped a 1-minute song, Atta. Then Vector released a song from his sophomore album called Distractions, which is apparently a diss song to Reminisce. Vector and AQ. Vector appeared to have shaded AQ in a song, Where is Vector? And AQ replied by shading him on the same beat as Vector's song, Where is Vector? Fast forward to 2019 and shots have been fired between the Mr. Incredible MI and Vector the Viper. It all started when MI and Vector were featured on a track. MI rapped about his status as the king, and Vector's verse in the same song ended with a light-hearted comment that he stays grounded like MI. Woo! At that time, they had only had competition-inspired tension between them. Vector had also made a very popular remix to Ole Ku, Ice Prince's hit. The tension was building. This resulted in subtle call-out after call-out. On Mattel Cypher 2, Purification, M.I. Abaga threw shade at Vector, claiming to be the king of rap in Nigeria. Vector responded to M.I.'s invitation with the Podge, and it got people talking on social media. The beef was apparent, and M.I. announced an EP, and Vector replied with Tetracycline, asking M.I. to a rap battle. M.I. released the Viper, last addressing Vector, and Vector replied with Judas the Rat. There have been 4 tracks released in this beef. That's Vector's Podge, then Tetracycline. M.I. came out with the Viper, then Vector finally came out with Judas the Rat. We spoke to some veterans and Nigerian hip-hop artists, and of course the fans, if the thing beef is part of the hip-hop culture. And here are some of the reactions we got.
The hip-hop culture is, hip-hop is life. And definitely in life you get all sorts of things. You get love, you get hate, definitely you get beef. So to me, I look at it as I'm looking at a bigger picture. Beef is part of life. So definitely, the culture is life. So yes.
Hip-hop has always been a competitive sport, so I believe that at some point people are meant to butt heads, you understand, because one person wants to, there's an imaginary throne that everybody is chasing. Everybody wants to be the best rapper and be the best, at what they're doing. So eventually you butt heads, and I think as for long as it's in a healthy environment and stuff, it's fair, you understand? It's competition. It's like any other sport. It's like, athletics or football. People are always going to butt heads, and there's in the El Clasico, there's always going to be little bits of, anger and stuff, but it's part of the culture, That's how it is.
Yeah, I think it's part of the hip-hop culture, of course. It brings out the spark, the entertainment in it. Yes, definitely.
From Beef, you get to see one of the best tracks, like Drake's, Pusha T's Added On, Story of Adidon, Drake's Back to Back, Jake Charged Up. You get to see tracks that are based off Beef. So yeah, it's part of the culture.
The Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria President Dr. Obi Okudili Kasimir, popularly known as Bombalistic Uncle P, has reacted on October 13, 2019, stating that grudges between Nigerian musicians is unhealthy for the music industry. He said being emotionally immature when composing or writing your song means you cannot control your emotions or reactions towards your colleagues. Is this a wrong representation of hip-hop, or is it all part of the culture? We never know. I think I'll leave that for you to answer. Peace.
The High Court of the Federal Capital Territory has ordered the suspension of Adams Oshiomhole as the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress. And an Amnesty International lawyer warns that the Immunity for Lawmakers bill will worsen Nigeria's corruption perception index. This is Plus Politics, and I am Benny Ark.
is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
...2020 so far has not been great to Adams Oshiomhole as the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Jabi Abuja, has ordered his suspension as the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC. This is coming barely 4 months after the Edo State chapter of the party suspended him for allegedly trying to disintegrate the party in the state. And joining me tonight on Plus Politics are two erudite and impeccable political analysts, Francis Chilaka. Thank you, Francis, for joining us this evening. And also John Wesley is with us this evening on the show. Good evening, John.
Good evening.
And both of you seem to be laughing. I mean, now let's get into the show this evening. And interesting turn of events. The High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Jabi Abuja, yes, today actually, ordered an interim suspension of Adams Oshiomhole as the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC. What is your reaction to this?
Well, we know that our law courts have turned into something else. They get involved in areas that shouldn't be involved in. It is one thing to suspend Adams Oshiomhole. It's another thing for the injunction to be obeyed. Because I would ask a question, has there been any problem at the national level? Do the states, the wards, the local government, do they have the power to suspend the national chairman? If they have the power to do that, then once that has been done, there should be something in the constitution of APC that allows him to be recalled. But since the constitution, from what I've read, does not empower the states and the local governments to suspend a national chairman, I'm shocked at the court. But not saying that what the court has done is wrong, because the court would always tell you that they are taking steps to avert a terrible situation. But then something is at stake, which we almost agree. We need to curb the issue of godfatherism in Nigerian politics. If you don't curb that, I mean, all the other governors who have left office are doing the same thing. It's just that Adamson is being propped up because he's the party chairman. But all the other governors are doing the same thing.
Now, we know in recent times there have been a whole lot of clamor and call for the resignation of Adams Oshiomhole, even by party members. And what is interesting is that the National Working Committee of the APC, I've not heard them say so much about all of this hullabaloo that has characterized Edo State between Governor Obaseki and Adams Oshiomhole. John, you want to react to this?
Well, you agree with me that politics revolves around all of these things. Godfatherism, I am for you, I'm not for you. Now, talking about the injunction by the court, number one thing I would like to say, like he mentioned, one of the things that we must call for is, who are those who want Oshiomhole out? Those people who want Oshiomhole out should come out and say that we want him out. Not people from Edo State, some group of people who say that they want to suspend him from the party. So if you are suspending him in the first place, in what capacity
as a national chairman?
No, not the first question we should ask. In what capacity are you suspending him? Are you suspending him from coming to the village meetings that you hold, or from the meetings that you hold within the state? Or in what capacity are you suspending him at the national level? Who are the